turn your mic on.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Abayomi Ezekwe, and I'm one of the co-founders of the Michigan Emergency Committee Against War and Injustice. I'm also the editor of the Pan-African Newswire, and I want to welcome everyone to our Africa and U.S. Imperialism Conference honoring the 50th anniversary of the founding of the Organization of African Unity, the forerunner of the African Union. And just wanted to make note of the fact that the African Union, starting tomorrow, is going to be holding their 50th anniversary summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And we'll be talking about that more later on during the course of the day. Our first speaker, unfortunately, is not here. We're going to wait for her arrival. But we're going to change the schedule somewhat and bring up someone who is well known here in the city of Detroit, who's an attorney. He's past president of the National Conference of Black Lawyers, which is a national African-American legal group. They put together this presentation. We have some copies of it in the back entitled "The U.S. Military in Africa, Unwanted and Unlawful, an Analysis and Resistance by the National Conference of Black Lawyers." Let's have a warm welcome for attorney Jeff Edison.
Greetings, everyone.
Hello.
And thank you, Abayomi, for the introduction. This is certainly a significant weekend and significant celebration for the anniversary of the Organization of African Unity, or the African Union. Certainly, we just received comments listening to Sajifo, Kwame Nkrumah, and certainly one of the main concepts and principles that Brother Nkrumah talked about was the unification of Africa and the importance of having a United States of Africa, a united federation of the entire continent. And so with that, I think it is certainly fitting that we not only celebrate the work of the African Union thus far, but certainly we need to focus on how to make the principles of Africa unity a reality, and not just give lip service and rhetoric to those concepts and principles, but certainly they are ideals that we must live by every day in our words and in our deeds and in our practice. So with that, one of the issues that the National Conference of Black Lawyers was asked to address because of our past and present work around this issue of African unity, particularly the threat to African unity that is posed by the African Command that is commonly known as AFRICOM. Clearly, the integrity of Africa, its ability to be self-determined and ability to maintain control over its resources, and both natural and human resources, and its ability to rid itself of past vestiges of colonialism and neocolonialism today, is its ability to enforce this African conscience that was referenced by Brother Nkrumah, to be able to protect and enforce the will of an African continent, African people. AFRICOM, on the other hand, is directly opposed to that. Its creation of AFRICOM, Africa Command, is directly antagonistic with the unification of the African continent. African was, at least its overt creation was established during the Reagan administration. And all of us here are not so naive to think that U.S. militarism and U.S. Operations did not exist prior to the Reagan administration, because we know historically the United States has intervened in African affairs in an effort to destabilize and to perpetuate the underdevelopment of Africa for Western and U.S. interests in particular. But under the Reagan administration, the AFRICOM was created to, quote, promote a stable and secure African environment in support of U.S. foreign policy. Now, what does that mean? Words are very important, but who defines, first of all, with this stated purpose of AFRICOM, who indeed defines what a stable and secure African environment is? Is that to be defined by the African Union? Is it to be defined by the indigenous continental Africans? Or is it to be defined by non-African interests, whether it is the Western interests of the United States, or Britain, or Europe, or whether it is defined in the context of Asian frame of reference by way of China or India, or just exactly who indeed defines what a secure African environment actually is. That stated objective in AFRICOM's statement of purpose certainly is not based on an African frame of reference. They certainly have not sought out the African Union to see what indeed for Africans what is a secure African environment. But then the definition goes on to say that it is to promote this stable and secure environment in support of U.S. foreign policy. That tells it all right there. Any environment in Africa that must be stable and secure is directly related to what U.S. foreign policy is. That's the underpinning of AFRICOM, is for there to be an extension of U.S. foreign policy as defined by United States and other Western allies. Certainly not defined by Africans, because what is an interest of Africans is the antithesis of what the interests of United States government interests are. And so that's very important for us to understand. One of the things that's important for us to deal with is the military component of Africa. It is strictly a military-based operation. It's not for humanitarian needs. It's not looking out for any particular interests of Africans, but it is a military operation. So no matter what a nation's interest is, if you cannot enforce it, if you cannot protect it, then it is meaningless in the context of international dynamics and international relations. There must be the ability to protect your interests and to perpetuate your interests. And certainly as the United States attempts to engage Africa in particular, in terms of whatever interest is to be served, we know just fundamentally that the United States and Western military apparatus certainly has the ability to just about dictate whatever goals and objectives there may be in terms of foreign policy. One of the most critical objectives of U.S. foreign policy is to gain control over natural resources of this planet. The United States is all over everywhere, exploiting the political environment to destabilize these environments, to ultimately gain control over the natural resources, to be able to perpetuate the goals and objectives of the United States materially. We all know that the African continent is the wealthiest, or has the most abundance of natural resources on the planet, from the north to the south to east and west. There's this abundance of resources that are being exploited by everyone but the Africans. That is a crucial challenge for the continent of Africa, to be able to exploit the natural resources of the continent to benefit the Africans themselves. And so you have this, I would say, this competition to who's to control these resources of Africa. We have the Africans, of course, whose resources there are, and whose population the resources must serve. But then you have the competition between the Western interests in terms of U.S. and Europe, and you have the Asian interests of China. So you have this competition basically between the West and the Chinese over Africa. And so AFRICOM, part of its goals and objectives is to see how they can stem the tide, if you will, of Chinese and Asian intervention into the continent, and at the same time carve out space for themselves, that is the West, to maintain dominance and control. That's what AFRICOM is all about. And so as it evolves, little by little by little, do you see military bases or military operations, either directly or indirectly, being established in Africa. Most recently, we see what was happening in Mali. The military officer who initially led the coup in Mali was trained by the West, by the United States, wreaking all this havoc there, and now the French have come in and intervened to perhaps protect their colonial interests and their new colonial interests in Mali. We know how the U.S. intervened and has destabilized Libya. Libya has never been in such disarray and violence, conflict prior to the destabilization of the Gaddafi regime and his assassination. Libya will never be the same. We know in the Congo, the conflict in the eastern Congo, the French and the U.S. hands, fingerprints all over the conflict that is being perpetuated there, and so we have to, at all levels, express our resistance to foreign intervention in Africa. Africa as Marcus Garvey has taught us and those before him, is for Africans, those at home and those abroad. Now, there's some other concepts and international principles that we need to at least recognize as we analyze Afrikaans in the international context, and there's a few provisions in the United Nations Charter that we look to. Article 1, Section 2 of the United Nations Charter deals with the right of countries to exercise its fundamental and inherent right to self-determination. All people have the right to self-determination. That basically and fundamentally means that each nation state, each people has the right to govern their own affairs without outside intervention. Each country has the right to make its own decisions regarding its future, its national destiny as it is defined by the indigenous people of the nation state. Africa is in direct contravention of the basic fundamental right to self-determination. Here you have, under the guise of aid and assistance to create a safe and secure environment, you get these military bases established, and they're there to stay. They're there to stay, and they're there to enforce the will of U.S. foreign policy, not for the indigenous African nation state. So the very essence, how are you going to recognize the Africans' right to self-determination and then have a non-African military operation called AFRICOM that is imposed on the African people? So the very essence of AFRICOM is a contradiction to a fundamental human right to self-determination. Another provision in the United Nations Charter is Article 1, Section 1, and Article 2, Section 3, that basically deal with the goal and objective in resolving conflict, in resolving disputes between nation states, is that there is a high priority, a major emphasis on resolving these disputes and conflicts peacefully. The only way nations and people can evolve to a place to realize their fundamental potential is to have peace. There must be peace within your nation in order to grow and to develop, in order to realize the human and material potential of the nation. There must be peace. If there is just ongoing conflict and violence and war, then you never are in a place to evolve materially and to perpetuate the humanity and your culture of your people if you're always fighting and battling. So when you have Africa that's set up as a military operation, it is to implement by force these policies. And force is an extension of this violence, and to resolve these conflicts in a way other than in a peaceful way. Another reference to the United Nations Charter is Article 2, Section 4, which is associated with this objective of peaceful resolution of conflicts, and that is that Article 2, Section 4 requires states to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any country. In other words, we are to refrain or to stay away from challenging the integrity, the political and economic integrity of the nation states. And here we're talking about Africa and its respective nation states, and you have AFRICOM, who was seeking, although the headquarters of AFRICOM is not in the continent of Africa, but still we have the ever increasing development of these military bases, and I know at least as one example in terms of Ghana, you go you on the ground in Ghana and you see European military looking personnel all over the place. They're just all over, you know. And we know now that they have a drone operation in Niger, and for what purpose? You know, of course they'll say it's just for intelligence gathering and not to arm them to just evaporate people with the press of a button. But there's drones now in Western Africa. We know it's always, well, not always necessarily, but they're already in place in northeastern Africa and Somalia and Djibouti and that area. So you have the development of these military bases all over, and it's something that we all need to resist. But now what also becomes interesting with these military interventions is who is responsible for violations of international principles? Who's responsible for human rights violations? Who's responsible for war crimes that result from the military intervention into Africa? Well, AFRICOM said, well, we're just advising the indigenous forces. We're just advising the military leadership in Mali, or we're just advising the military personnel in the Congo or in Somalia, or wherever it is that they're saying. We're just advising. We're not responsible for the acts that may result in war crimes or human rights violations. Well, we know that under the Rome Statute, this is a statute that basically was created to implement the International Criminal Court. The International Criminal Court is located in The Hague, and is charged with the responsibility of holding people accountable for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and a number of other human rights violations. But now you have this international court, but who appears? Who has authority in the international court? This is one of the biggest contradictions there are. For the most part, only African leaders have been indicted to be brought before the international court. There's no discussion about Rumsfeld, Tony Blair, Cheney, George Bush, for the war crimes that's been committed in Iraq,
that's right,
in Afghanistan.
yes.
And we know that it was all a bunch of lies that got us there in the first place. But now where is their liability, either criminally or civilly? Well, the trick is that the United States nor Britain or England signed on as a member or signed on as a nation state to be held responsible under the International Criminal Court. They're not signatories. So there's no international legal principle that could just bring them to the court to be held accountable for any allegation of human rights violation, to be held accountable for any war crime. So there's no legal mechanism to bring them to the court. But at the same time, the United States and Britain will perpetuate the propaganda about the importance of the criminal court, about how all these rogue leaders throughout Africa ought to be held accountable and brought before the court, and will use all its resources to facilitate the bringing of these persons who have been indicted before the International Criminal Court, but at the same time just simply washes its hands about any responsibility of United States and British criminals to be brought and held responsible. So that's a serious, serious problem, and it's the type of thing that is that contradiction is raised often by those who have been accused about the double standard that is being used in the International Criminal Court. Right now, there's a sister who's the head prosecutor. I don't recall where she is from.
From Gambia.
South Africa, Uganda.
She's from Gambia.
The Gambia. Where?
Gambia.
The Gambia. And although there's many protestations to try to reconcile those contradictions and say that, well, you know, we're doing the best we can, we're starting here, but at no time do they talk about holding European interests responsible in the International Criminal Court. Of course, I guess the court gets a lot of its funding and sustenance from the West too, which is creates a real problem. But all in all, I think we must continue to not only study this current manifestation of U.S. intervention into the continent, but we also must keep our communities well aware of what's happening. There's been so many sacrifices made by our ancestors to resist intervention into the continent. Indigenous Africans, other Africans throughout the diaspora, we here, Africans in the United States, our allies, our comrades who have supported us, we certainly must continue our organizing to resist and continue to resist the implementation of United States military intervention into Africa. Again, the resources of Africa are for the benefit of Africans first. And this military intervention is an effort, in spite of what may be said, in spite of this whole notion of trying to abate terrorism and Al-Qaeda and everything else. At the end of the day, it's who is controlling the resources of the continent to make a truly so that the Africans can truly benefit from what is naturally theirs. So the National Conference of Black Lawyers appreciates this opportunity to just share these brief comments with you. We will continue to our fight as best we can, and we urge each of you to continue in your own respective areas to continue to struggle and to indeed make the vision of Brother Kwame Nkrumah and other Africans a reality with one Africa. Thank you.
I wanted to mention that Attorney Edison has copies of the NCVL document, and we'll pass these around. People can take copies. It's a very well put together document called "The U.S. Military in Africa: Unwanted and Unlawful: Analysis and Resistance by the National Conference of Black Lawyers." All right, next I'm going to bring up our presenter who is here from Michigan State University, Dr. Rita Kiki Edozie. She is the director of the African American and African Studies program at Michigan State University in East Lansing. She's done a lot of work in researching the history and the political dynamics of the African Union, which we mentioned earlier, is going to be holding its 50th anniversary summit starting tomorrow in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And the African Union is a successor of the Organization of African Unity, which was founded 50 years ago on May 25th of 1963, also in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Dr. Edozie has been doing a lot of work around African affairs for many years. Her PhD is from the New School of Social Research in New York City. And we know that's a pioneering institution in regard to social research as well as historical studies. So without further ado, let's have a warm welcome for Dr. Rita Kiki.
Thank you so much, Abayomi, and I really do apologize to everyone for our lateness. Came down with 3 Michigan State University students, and we just lost our way. I mean, our driver, graduate student Elra, is a native Detroiter, but I'm not sure how we missed this location.
We're glad you're here.
But thank you for inviting me, Brother Abayomi. I'd like to start off by just commending the Michigan Emergency Committee Against War and Injustice, McHowie, for putting on this symposium and for its, I think, crucial anti-imperialist campaign aimed at enhancing solidarity with Africa and its people, which is absolutely necessary, as the former speaker demonstrated for us at this time. I'd like to join Africans all over the world in celebrating May 25th, 2013, to mark the 50th anniversary of the founding of the Organization of African Unity in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, 50 years ago. I'd like to acknowledge what are parallel, obviously, celebrations with the AU 21st Summit that begins tomorrow, May 19th, and lasts through May 27th, celebrating the very same thing. The African Union, which is the OAU's daughter, celebrated 10 years last year, but it also celebrates 50 years of African unity in 2013 through both organizations. I'd like to note that the African Union dedicates its 2013 Jubilee Summit themes this year. It has 2 summits a year, one in January and one that begins tomorrow, but its dedication to the theme Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance. And so as for me, as I'm a continental Nigerian-born but long-term resident of the African diaspora here in Michigan, I'm also a Pan-Africanist teacher scholar by ideology, and I've got a forthcoming book on the African Union. So it's an exciting and I think opportune time for me to open up the symposium with some key themes. I'd like to merely present some brief comments, but I'd like to open up a conversation about today's symposium. And I've titled my brief comments, this is not going to be a speech, just brief comments, The Evolving African Superstate, Accomplishments, Pitfalls, and Continuing Challenges for the African Union. Now, your symposium is, I think, appropriately titled Africa and US Imperialism. But for me, imperialism is a starting point for me to understand and approach the study of Africa. But the focus of a lot of my writing these days doesn't overtly focus on it, nor do I get bogged down with it. Instead, I have decided that I'd like to examine resistance to imperialism, and I refer to this as a range of ways in which political actors who are subverted respond to their subversion and their marginalization. And something that might, throw you off a little bit today in my comments would be that I do use the current study to examine resistance through political leadership. But I'm not going to be going along with the mainstream trend of characterizing the African leadership as simply and merely corrupt, elite, interest-laden, or even non-existence, which is much of the trend. I'm for one to say that the OAU nor the AU is not merely a dictator's club, and we need to move beyond this kind of reductionism if we are progressive peoples. So in this regard, I want to present the African Union as a type of pan-nationalism. A nationalism, an institutional, represented through African values, norms, and praxis, as a vehicle for Africans, continental Africans and diaspora Africans, collective resistance, agency, self-determination, political mobilization, all against a hegemonic global community, particularly still consolidated in the Western Alliance, which are Africa's former colonizers and current superpowers. So, my major theme, agency of Africans through the African Union. And what do I mean by African agency? We've talked about, or you may have heard about, African solutions to African problems. I think I heard the previous speaker speak about that too. It's about self-determination, it's about Africans doing for themselves. I'd like to introduce this notion to underscore the ways in which Africans are attempting to, in a self-determined way, develop and build their own politics and society in spite of imperialism. So looked at that way, I might seem to provide a somewhat optimistic approach. I'm always told as a scholar that I'm optimistic about Africa. I love Africa, of course. I'm an African. I have lived there. How will I just continue to present a very myopic, negative view of the country and the country, but the continent that I grew up in, and that I am part of. So I do tend to be optimistic, of course, okay, but I'm objectively optimistic, and I use research to support my positions. So I do want to, though, if you think I am being optimistic, I just want to, for the few times that I speak in the United States, try to reveal to you what Africans are doing for themselves. So in examining 50 years of African unity, where do we stand with Nkrumah's dream of a united Africa free of colonization, neo-colonization and imperialism? He called it the United African States. First he called it the United States of Africa. It would be the USA. But the USA said no, there's only one USA. So that's fine, we're Africans, we can turn it around and call it the UAS. But I disagree with those who suggest that little change or that Africa is merely still neo-colonized, even if we're not where Nkrumah wanted us to be 50 years ago. And despite the more recent setbacks in Cote d'Ivoire, Libya especially, and even more recently in Mali, okay? I don't want to, suggest therefore, that we're totally neo-colonized. There's another story. And so the thesis of my forthcoming book, and it's called The African Union's Africa, is to demonstrate the change and the impact that the Organization of African Unity and the African Union, let's call it one organization from now on, the African Union, is to demonstrate the change and impact that this organization has had on African affairs over the last 50 years. So, let me support, what I mean by impact. And so 3 areas that I look at. One, the African Union has been able to institutionalize and globalize Pan-Africanism. I'll talk more about that, but I think it's a big feature, big feat. Okay, the other thing is that it has, though slowly, but gradually deepened continental integration and actually diasporic integration. And I'll support that as well. And then I think that, 50 years later to see that Madam, we call her Madam, but she's also, Dr. Dlamini Zuma, who is the chairperson of the African Union, who is a devout Pan-Africanist, first female leader of the African Union Commission. But to see 50 years later the celebration, in such a, I think, magnanimous form, the celebration of Pan-Africanism and Pan-African Renaissance suggests a sustained commitment to unity and the increased collective voice of Africans all over the world to the Pan-African project. Of course, there are challenges, and I will talk about them. Challenges are still the issue that brings us here today, which is being able to resist, navigate, play around, and reject and combat this whole thing called neocolonialism. It's a big challenge, and I'll talk about that as well. So let me start with impact and what I mean by institutionalized and globalized Pan-Africanism. So you see in my title, I refer to this evolving superstate. And it's a reality, okay? The African Union is not just an assertion, or it's not just no longer an idea. It is a sort of superstate, the equivalent of the European Union, okay? Yet, as far as continents goes, outside of the United States and North America, Europe is the richest continent, and Africa is the poorest. So what happens in between? Why should the Africans have evolved such a developed state apparatus that they call the African Union in ways that are not matched by the OAS, the Organization of American States, ASEAN, the Asian Organization, the Arab League? None of these continents or regions have anything like the African Union. So we should, we owe the idea of the Organization of African Unity or the African Union, certainly not Pan-Africanism, but certainly the continental institutional Pan-Africanism that we see today coming out of Africa, we owe that to Kwame Nkrumah, who, with the 32, 33 founding African independent states, put the dream on the table. Okay? It does well to remind people of what this anatomy and the leadership of the institution does and looks like. Okay? It's a code of laws. The Constitutive Act acts like the American Constitution in many ways. It is a constitution binding a continental politics and integrated public policy for Africa and Africans. It's an elaborate, and hear me well, a democratic governance structure. And I'll explain that, and in Q&A ask me and challenge me on that, because nobody ever associates democracy with Africa. This is structured democratically for governance structure, and it is mostly universally representative of Africa. Only one country is not a member. Do you know what that country is?
The United States.
Not I'm talking about within Africa, the continent of Africa. All 55 African states except one. No.
Libya?
No.
Western Sahara?
No.
Egypt?
It's close to Western Sahara.
Morocco.
Morocco. Now, because the African Union recognized the self-determination struggles of the Western Sahara in the spirit of self-determination of peoples in Africa, Morocco said, no, we will leave. Okay, you can't do that because that's our territory. Okay, African Union says, sorry, this is a new Africa. Okay, we're moving forward. Okay, it's about peoples and not states suppressing peoples. Okay, so just accept Morocco. But it includes the territorial sovereign inclusion of one country in the diaspora. What country is that?
Jamaica.
No, but it's close.
Haiti.
Haiti.
All right.
Haiti is an official member of the African Union. We enjoin other diaspora countries to join, but Haiti joined officially earlier this year. Okay, so this is your African Union that you have. It also, I want to mention, has a clause that includes gender equity. Okay, and we need to underscore that nobody's idealistic here and saying that just because Zuma is the female head now, but in its structures of the African Union, they have quotas. We're not afraid of quotas in Africa. We say that it's difficult to get women in political positions. We will reserve spots for them. Okay, so that we can be inclusive. We don't want to do that in the United States. That's why we continue to have men as presidents. But at least we try in Africa. Let's celebrate some of the accomplishments that we do. Okay, what about its signature public policies? Okay, these are things that only Africa and the African Union has been able to do in the world. One is the non-indifference clause. It is Africa's, you guys have heard of responsibility to protect. It's the United Nations that, of course, goes around the world saying that the world has the right to intervene in sovereign countries like Syria, like Libya, okay, to protect its human population who are under subversion by governments, right? It's that clause. That is still not a United Nations, it's still an illegal clause. My brother, who's the lawyer, will agree with me. In United Nations international law, it's illegal. It's still illegal. It's a policy, but it's not a ratified law. Each country in the world under the United Nations still has sovereignty, irrevocable and irrespective of anything. There is no reason for sovereignty to be thwarted by the United Nations. Okay? International law says that. Not so in Africa. Africa said, we will make it law that for countries within Africa, if the conflict is such that human populations are not protected, we as Africans will go in to that country to protect populations. Only for the continent of Africa. But we will do that in the spirit of Pax Africana, that is also an Nkrumah concept of how Africa will police its own conflict. We don't want the international community coming in to do that. We will do it ourselves. It's a better way to do it because we are brothers, we have solidarity, okay, we are one, and we are protecting each other. Okay, there's a consensus to do it. Okay, so we have that law. We also have the sixth zone, the sixth zone is remarkable. It says, we have 5 zones in Africa: North, West, East, Central, and Southern. Okay? That's not enough. That's continental Africa. Where are our brothers in the diaspora? That is the sixth zone. Who is counted in the sixth zone? All of you, everyone who considers descendancy and heritage in Africa. So the African Union has extended its territorial jurisdiction outside of the continent. That is how Haiti becomes a member. Okay? Think about that. No other organization has done that. We have a democracy clause. Okay? Half of Africa is liberally democratic, and much of it is not. Okay? African policy is not to therefore do regime change. It is to recognize the complexities of development in Africa and say it is our urge that all countries become democracies. Once a country does become a democracy, there's no room for reversal. So if a coup takes place, we will suspend that country and do everything to restore democracy in that country. That is part of its law. The members agreed that that will happen. And in many cases, when there has been a reversal of democracy, the African Union has acted to restore democracy using that clause. There is an African Economic Community, which is the goal and the vision to integrate the African economy and to have a single African economy, okay? And then there is the Vision 2063, which is the union government, which is Kwame Nkrumah's dream. Is that okay then?
Yes, go ahead.
All right.
Okay, so those are its signature policies, okay? Like I said, Africa and the African Union has global reach. It doesn't confine itself to the continent. It extends to the diaspora, but think about this the other way too, because this is important. You know, the whole thing with organizing Africa in 1963, May 25, was about how can we, as Africans, subvert and never let happen again colonization, right? Colonization is always an external. Africa has always been externally subverted, right? And the way to do so is to come together and ensure that we are not subverted, colonized by an international community, but we also engage in the globe in a self-determined way. We do believe in globalism, but not exploitation, okay? And so a very strong part of its structure, the African Union structure, is to be able to engage with superpowers, engage with the United Nations, engage with its former colonizers, but not as small little neo-colonies, but as a major continent, a superstate, to be able to say, you know, you want to deal with us, deal with the African Union. This was part of Kwame's mission, that we need to be large, to be powerful, to engage with other superpowers. And that has been a goal for the African Union. I must speak about the Pan-Africanist ideology and how Africans have not let it die, have extended it. But we all know that the Pan-Africanist ideology was founded by whom? By you in the diaspora, right? Actually, the first conference, or the first usage of the term in a conference, was a Trinidadian in London, okay? Who talked about the same ideals that all Africans all over the world are still talking about. Mitigation against racism, against exploitation, self-determination, improvement of our people, okay? He starts it, W.E.B. Du Bois extends it in such a way that it becomes magnanimous. He begins to organize these Pan-African conferences, okay? And then Kwame comes in and takes it to another level during the independence movement in Africa to institutionalize it and say, let Africa, let this not be just a non-state civil society thing, let us make it a statist ideology for Africans. Pan-African themes again, and I heard the brother speak about them just before. They are African world unity, African world unity, self-determination, freedom from colonialism in all its forms, including imperialism, development and eradication of poverty for African peoples, and progress. So let me talk a little bit about gradualism as in impact. What has the African Union or the OAU, 50 years of African unity, been able to accomplish? We'll have to say that the Nkrumah dream was to have immediate integration and federation, okay? And he was disappointed after his great speech on the United States of Africa to the 33 African independent states that they did not adopt his dream, okay? But they did accept the principle of the idea, and what they adopted was they said, well, you know, we can't do that now, you know, because, you know, France controls us. They didn't say that, but England controls us here. So they were all subverted by former colonizers who were right there who said, well, we wanted to give you a little bit of freedom, but not all, not like that. Okay, so a lot of the independence leaders were subverted. Not all of them. They broke up into two camps. The Casablanca camp, which was the progressive Nkrumah camp that wanted integration. I will name them: Sekou Touré, Lumumba, okay, Nkrumah, and Nyerere. Okay, those were the great, you know, leaders of visionary Africa. But the functionalist model, the ones who wanted a compromise, who wanted an organization of African Union like a club of sovereign states, were the Monrovia school. And I shall not name them, but they got their way. Okay, they compromised on what you had as an organization of African unity for 40 years, but there was change in 2002, and who was it that resuscitated the Pan-Africanist dream? Who? Gaddafi. Gaddafi resuscitated it. Lots of analysis on that, but look, the man resuscitated it, okay? Resuscitated it and said, look, we have to unify, and he had the resources to back it up. And once again, you know, countries that had now had 40 years of independence still didn't accept the Pan-Africanist dream. But again, they accepted the compromise, and they said there has to be a new OAU, and that would be an African Union. And they said, you know, wait up, this time we're going to give a goal for unity government, which is called the Union government, which is the United Federation States, and that will be 2034. Now they've shifted it to 2063, but there's a goal. And then from now on, they say every minute we have to work towards that goal. That is why Zuma, Dlamini Zuma, doctor, who comes in and says, our summit today is Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance. It's to continue to culturally mobilize even the younger ones and remind them that we have to move towards this goal. It is an absolute necessity. Okay, so let me just talk a little bit about the deepening arena for integration. You know, just some of the things that I think we should pay attention to. This is a little bit about the nuance. I've already told you that in terms of institutional savvy, that is status form and complexity, a number of leadership positions, different types of sub-institutions, different types of committees, okay? There's nothing comparable to the African Union other than the European Union. OAS, Arab League, ASEAN, they don't compare to the advancement of the African Union, okay? But I also want to include something called the dirigisme of leadership, and why I think that you should pay attention to this is that it matters. That the style of global governance of Africans, the consciousness of its leadership is national, it is regional, and it's global. I'll give you some examples, for example, in the Libya case, in the Cote d'Ivoire case, to show you why, even though it seems not as powerful as the United States or the United Nations, but the fact that it is there and that it's being asserted is important. And so let's look at issues of culture and society. How does the African Union wake up one day and say we have a sixth zone, and that is our African diaspora? They didn't wake up one day and say that. They have been collaborating with Haiti, Jamaica, Afro-Brazil, New York, all the time. In the United Nations, there is an office called the Citizens in the Diaspora Organization, which is an organization, a subcommittee of the African Union. And its goal in New York City, at the United Nations there, is to convene and collaborate with all the Black world civil society organizations and convene them and bring them together around this cause. Okay, they said, well, we want to be part of the organization. And they had many, many meetings and summits about this. And that's how we came about, okay? So, these are the cultural politics that is the African Union, I think, has been very significant. Let me talk about things that are more important, perhaps not, but security and conflict, because it involves deaths and human lives. We know that Africa has always been challenged by conflict. And the reason why Kwame Nkrumah said the United African States and Pax Africana was because of the crisis in the Congo at the time. That's still going on. But he said, we shouldn't be inviting the United Nations. Look at what they did to Lumumba. Okay? We should not be invited these international who come back and imperialize us. Why cannot we not police ourselves? And so he offered the idea of an Africa Command, where African states would police their own continent. Okay? So where are we with that in the African Union? The African Union has developed what you might call a very sophisticated peace and security structure called the AU Peace and Security Council, which is an equivalent of the United Nations Security Council. Okay? And with that, it tries to implement Pax Africana. What has it done that is well? Peacekeeping forces. Africa, the African Union has the most African peacekeeping forces in Africa that has contributed in Africa in the world. Okay? Arab League doesn't do that. They can't help Syria. Look at them, they're even facilitating Syria.
Exactly.
African unions will not have that on their continent. Okay? They pull together peacekeeping forces that are Africans and put them in Somalia, put them in Sudan to fall. Even they're doing their best. Okay? These are not ideal or pure situations, but they are committed to securing their own continent. I've talked a little bit about democracy and how it's an uneven democracy. However, it is important to understand that Africans believe in democracy, but they also believe in what they understand as, hybrid, African values democracy. They want to remind the world that before they were colonized, in many cases, African communities were democratic. You've heard about palaver democracies, right? In Africa, where, Africans resolve their conflicts through consensus negotiations, which is all about democracy and inclusion, right? And so, they want to revive some of those ideas and include them in understanding how their own democracies will develop, right? And so they have included this in their own human rights court. They do have a human rights court, okay, that is established, and they do what they can to ensure that more and more countries are democratic. And in terms of socio-economic development, which is also one of the key things, Africa contributes about 1% of world trade to the world. 1%. Yet, if you think about how much is taken out in terms of mineral resources from Africa, is phenomenal. Africans say, how can we, on the one hand, control our own economies? We can't control them by having these single little countries like Niger that has a wealth of uranium, is so dirt poor, but of course, the French just use it as a backyard, right? It has no capacity to say no. That's why Kwame said, consolidate power, okay? The West wants to come for our resources, they need to come to a single union government, and we need to know how to exchange those resources on the world market for a fair trade, a fair income, so that we can use the resources to develop Africa. How can we do that? Is the continuous dream for Africans through the African Union. And also this notion of development, trying to move away from the World Bank and the IMF to be the ones who will arbitrate useless development policies that, as we see in Detroit, Brother Azikiwe, showed us last 3 weeks ago, that all they're interested in is expropriating and crediting. That's what they do in Africa. They've been doing that. Okay, exploit the wealth, take it away, give us 5%. Really, 5%. And then they ask us why we're poor. They say, oh, we'll give you some HIV programs and something like that. So Africans know this. They're very conscious of this. Don't think they're not. It's just that how do you combat it becomes one way to do that is by unifying through a political organization that consolidates power, okay, and has a plan, and has an alternative development plan. Okay, African development plans are always socialistic. Socialistic, because they know when you have mass poverty, it can't be a neoliberal plan. It has to be a plan that uses the resources of people and labor, okay, in a communitarian way to build the wealth. So Africans know what's up, but they never accept our plans. The Labour's plan of action was the plan put forward. This, we don't want neoliberalism, Africans said. They said it. It's not good for us. IMF and World Bank just pushed our plan away and implemented this. And then they ask us, what's wrong with Africans? They don't give us the freedom to do things for ourselves, and the African Union wants to do that. The African Union also wants to trade with each other. I mean, come on. We should trade with each other. By trading with each other, we can maximize wealth. Any economic principle is such that you need to maximize trade through, blocking out what you might call, shipping costs and everything like that. Trade with each other, and that will develop us. And so that's part of the African Union's goal. So let me talk about something more controversial then. This point about one of the accomplishments of the African Union has been to sustain a commitment to an African-centered agenda vis-a-vis the international hegemonic powers. This is what I call the AU relevance, and especially it is exercised through the notion of Pax Africana and policing its own conflicts and its common security. So I want to talk about Cote d'Ivoire, Libya, and Mali, and say, maybe people are confused about what exactly went on there. People like me, avid Pan-Africanists, listened closely to every single thing that went on. And so with Cote d'Ivoire, the United Nations has been there since 2000, when the crisis really began, because France's puppet leader, Brioni, passed away. And that's what happens. You leave a vacuum, right? And you leave a vacuum, and there's this power struggle, and Côte d'Ivoire has been undergoing that power struggle ever since. Although, you know, the power struggle is also between those in France who said, this statistic that says that the wealth of Côte d'Ivoire, and Côte d'Ivoire did become quite wealthy, but the wealth, 70% of the corporations in Côte d'Ivoire are from where? France. This is not acceptable anymore in a globalized world. It's like, why can't we go to China? Why can't we go to others? And why can't we do it for ourselves? Okay? And so those that spoke up about that, okay, are those that are now in ICC. Okay? But that was what the struggle was about. Okay? And so how did the African Union, though, see that? It was very divided. So the African Union, when I say it's a democratic body, they vote. The African Union Assembly of heads of states, members, all sit together and vote. What should we do with Côte d'Ivoire? Because Côte d'Ivoire is, you know, it's bleeding. And don't forget, we have, what do we call it? Interference clause, the non-indifference clause, which is meaning that we will go in to save population. Should we do that? Okay? Because if we don't do that, you know, maybe the international powers will do it for us. Okay? So there were debates about that. Okay? In Africa. And it was the majority that won the debate, which is the reason why we decided not to go in to Côte d'Ivoire. And this is what the justification was that won the debate. And it was led by South Africa, a progressive country. It said, look, that was a democracy dispute. It was a democracy dispute. Okay? When do we intervene because of a democracy dispute? Okay? That is abusing the responsibility to protect clause. What we need to do is intervene diplomatically. And we shouldn't go in for regime change. We should not be asking Gbagbo to step down. We should be asking for a new election. If they're saying it was a disputed election, let us ask for a recount or anything like that. And so the majority of African states was a slim majority, but the majority voted with South Africa on that question. And that is why we didn't go in. But what about the hegemonic powers? France just went in and did their thing. There wasn't even a United Nations resolution on that one. Just did. Okay? So Africans said, oh, you know, we better be tougher next time. And next time came around too soon. Libya. Okay? Africans were very united to date. I was very proud of them. And honestly, I was watching the news from here. I used to see brother on the RT saying his thing. But look, you know, I was very proud of Africans, and I saw also the way that the African Union started being inserted into the news media. Like, well, the African Union said this. I mean, I know the Western media was trying to be, you know, fair now all of a sudden because they saw that this was a little bit too much, but the African Union position became part of the lexicon. I was very proud, and I asked myself the question, you know, how has this happened? This happened because the African Union had a strong plan. They said, no, you will not do this to Libya. The international community did not respect our plan. Okay, in fact, you know, very interestingly, they went to the Arab League and were given the permission by the Arab League. Now, you know what the Arab League thinks about Gaddafi? Just because Gaddafi said, come on, my brothers, we're all Africans here. Especially those of us in North Africa. Right. You know? Let's look southward. Those ones want to look upwards. And ostracated him. But look, you know, African Union says it's not about personality. Okay? Because agreeably, you know, Africans are very divided on Gaddafi. Okay? He has been divisive in certain countries' politics. Okay? But they said we have to have an African Union policy. Okay? And our policy is peaceful intervention to reduce conflict. Okay, we had a roadmap for Libya. We wanted to bring two parties together. Okay, it's not enough for the opposition to say they will not speak with the leader, as they're doing in Syria. They said, no, that's not our position. That's not the way to peace. Okay? And so they try to push their position at every corner, but again, they were not listened to. And this is what happened. But I think that Africans were all united, okay, in that position. And so what happens in Mali now comes, you know, a much more controversial case, because then everybody gets confused with, well, why is the chairperson of the African Union, Boni Yayi, who was also the president of Benin, saying, I welcome brotherly love France to support our efforts in Mali. Then you say, what's happening now? Okay, but it's complex. Okay, it's complex, and on the question of Mali, the African Union's never necessarily invited France, but they always try to introduce or implement their own Pax Africana, which is, they said, you know, we want to develop a peacekeeping force, and we want to use that peacekeeping force to go into Mali to save the day ourselves, okay? And they lobbied the United Nations to get the international right to do that, and they did get the United Nations Resolution 2085 to do that, but they could not, you know, amass the troops on time, and, you know, the situation was deteriorating, and the Francophone countries that were the head of the African Union, and also ECOWAS, another sub-regional organization, because Ouattara now is the Côte d'Ivoire president over there, they lobbied their brother France, okay, to, you know, help them first, and then the African Union would go in later. A very compromised position, but I wanted to explain that the African Union, or Africans, have a problematized or complicated relationship with hegemonic powers. It's not always that they are assertively, overtly against what they might see as neo-imperialism. They engage with them as well. Unfortunately, they have to. The West has the capital of the world, it has the power of the world, and in order to exist, they have this dirigisme, you know, relationship with them. But they are very conscious of the fact that, in spite of that, you know, the West still does want to control, even when they don't really want to control for interests, right? The West just wants to control because they can, and because they believe they can. And Africans do consistently resist against it. They call them on it. They say that partnership is a partnership, okay, and they do what they can. So that's the kind of thing that I wanted to bring out. One of the challenges of the African Union, because one is this institutional capacity, okay, as much as it's got this elaborate, you know, super state, you know, there are many things that are still not complete. For example, one is the African currency, okay, we need that African country, we need the African Development Bank, okay, which is on the books for being implemented and built, and there's lots of talks and meetings about it, but it hasn't been developed, and we need the African Monetary Fund, okay, so that we can lead this African economy. We know that Tripoli and under Gaddafi wanted to, you know, fuse that and support it, and one of the reasons why he was possibly subverted was, you know, because of that, but that doesn't stop us. Okay, I've listened to a lot of conversations. I was in Addis Ababa. They said, don't think just because Gaddafi's gone that, you know, we're now, you know, no, our dream will go on. Now they've shifted the meeting to Abuja, Nigeria. The Nigerian said, you know, bring it on, okay? And so, you know, the ideas are sustained and they will happen, okay? You know, an African Parliament is an institution, but it's not completely implemented, right? You know, and it's not autonomous from the leadership governance as it is. Once it does become an autonomous body, I think the African Union, you know, will go far as well in terms of especially its democratic leadership. But I want to talk about the limitations and challenges through this question of legitimacy. Legitimacy is, who respects the African Union's authority to lead them. And this is a problem for national countries in Africa, and it's certainly a problem for international countries. So the unity agenda is compromised by national interests in Africa as well. Okay, the big thing, of course, is national sovereign power. Okay, each nation believing, even small, tiny Gambia, there's not a Gambia here, or small, tiny Rwanda, we are sovereign. Really, no. We need these countries to minimize that sovereignty and push that sovereignty up to Africa, so that, we can do big things together. But there's still a lot of problems with national sovereign power. There's still a lot of problems with cultural identity as well. It's not so much that the ethnic identity, okay? Because as ethnic identities, we've always been irredentist. You know what that means? We've always straddled the continent. So we have Yorubas in Nigeria, and you have Yorubas in Benin. You have Somali in Kenya, Somalia itself, Ethiopia, and the Sudan, right? As a peoples, right? So we've always been irredentist. And so, if we had listened to Nkrumah, he said, now's the time to, get rid of these national boundaries, because, these national boundaries are not natural boundaries of our identity. But too many years later, now the national identity has come to the fore. So, too many Africans like to be Nigerians, they like to be Kenyans, they like to be Rwandans first, before being Africans. Okay, so this is a problem. There's certainly regime power interests. These are elites, okay? Elites in power that, stick on to sovereignty just because they want to stay in power. It's not the whole question, it's not everyone, but there are those that will do that, and they're the worst kind that are subverting the unity. Okay, but most importantly, the unity agenda is compromised by, I think, international interests. And what I refer to as hegemony in Africa. And this is usually an economic problem. Okay, interests are economic in the sense that that's the meaning of neocolonialism. It's an economic interest that France, for example, wants to control the coffee in Cote d'Ivoire because it's got an industrial establishment that has, is integral to the economy of France, for many decades now, right? So why would it want any kind of change in Cote d'Ivoire that will disrupt that interest? So anything it does in Cote d'Ivoire, as an example, will be to subvert that, right? But it's not the only kind of hegemonic, I think, power and problem in Africa. Recently, a vote in Kenya, and it was I called it a Pan-African vote. And my friends said, what has that got to do with Pan-Africanism? Well, I said, well, because the West made it such, because the ICC indicted Uhuru Kenyatta and his vice president now, but at that time he wasn't his vice president. Who was this? Winnie? What's his name? Ruto. Indicted the two of them for crimes against humanity in a previous election 6 years ago that they had participated in that went genocidal, with really nasty violence. ICC decided to indict the two of them, for whatever reasons, and say that they were going to pull them to the ICC court. And Kenyan said, what? Why would you do that to Kenya in the first place? Kenya, regardless of, the issues in Kenya, they were trying to resolve the problem, okay? They had, entered into a political national unity government with our friend who just lost. Odega, okay? And they were investigating the violence, okay? That killed 1,000 people. But to show the control of the world, the ICC, that's not enough. We've got to get Africa, okay? We are, your justice system is not good. This is Kenya that is, So it's all regional in that region in East Africa. It brings in all the refugees. You know, it's got the United Nations headquarters there. It's a relatively developed country in Africa, right? You know, and so why would you, minimize it by doing that to its leaders? These people were running for campaigns as presidents, and you would indict them arrogantly. And when people try to ask, they say, "No, we're going to indict them. We're going to bring them, and if they go to anybody's country, you have to arrest them." So Kenyans said, because I think Uhuru could have lost the vote. But after that, Kenyans said no. Okay? You people need to stop controlling us. Okay? We're not a colony anymore. Okay? We have our own nationalism. Okay? And so these are the kinds of things that, our African Union is also engaging with the world. Okay? And that's how they control them. Okay, and so finally, I think the unity agenda is undermined by African poverty and underdevelopment. And, let's call it what it is. That's the problem of Africa, the underdevelopment. And the underdevelopment is not our fault, okay? Those are people who will say, "Oh, why are you still talking about colonialism?" Because it was just 50 years ago. And you colonized us, exploited us, our resources, in an era that was a growth era in the world, and used us to grow yourselves, and now, and you left us, you think that we can just simply, catch up with trying, but, the underdevelopment is phenomenal. But the continent still has to rely on Western capital. We live in a neoliberal world order. We see what is happening to Detroit.
That's right.
And so, it's complicated, to have to rely on IMF and World Bank policies on the one hand, just to, grapple with putting electricity in some village, or, putting water, very basic, things. So it's a very big problem. Even the whole China issue, because the African Union headquarters, tallest buildings in Addis, and beautiful buildings, but that was donated by the Chinese, okay? And some say, ha! And here you are, Professor Dozie, talking about celebrating the African Union. And I'm saying, let's try to complicate it, okay? And actually, I know you're going to have some sessions on China and Africa, but, Africans say, well, China doesn't have conditions when they give us resources. They don't have conditions, okay? And it's true, I'm not saying that there's not asymmetrical power. There is asymmetrical power,
Right.
and they can tend to be hegemonic. Hey, Africans are saying, I'll take the Chinese over the West. There you go. Okay, that's what it is. Okay. So let me conclude by just quoting something from the May Summit, which, like I said, begins tomorrow and ends May 27th in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The May Summit will be a special summit because it will be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the Organization of African Unity, now the African Union. The goals of the 50th anniversary commemorations will, among other concepts, seek to promote an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in global arena. I just want to say that I've tried to claim here that sustained voice and dirigisme agency are the most powerful accomplishments of African Union since 1963. If you are a hard-nosed Marxist structuralist, and I used to be one, I attended New School, okay, that's where I learned all, and I still am, got my structuralism in there. But if you're one who believes that voice is superficial and is therefore not an accomplishment, I'll ask you to reconsider and look at the works of Michel Foucault and Edward Said, who reveal how voice and narrative are discourses that are forms of politics and that belong in the realm of the political. So of course, in a world of neoliberal capitalist interests and agendas, is Africa still colonized? Sure. But that's no longer the story. It is what are the ways that Africans are combating and resisting to colonization. 50 years of OAU, AU demonstrates that Africans are conscious of neo-colonial structures. Africans can and do navigate delicately around neo-colonial structures, sometimes subverting them, other times compromising with them, but always able to assert a space for autonomy and self-determination. Africans have been building their own continent. 50 years later, Africans have carried forth the values of Pan-Africanism and sustained them in their political discourses. These discourses have turned into an ideology, worldview, and consciousness for Pan-Africans all over the world who use these ideas to politically mobilize action, change, and transformation in the continent. It's a slow process, I know, but look at the international stage that African agency and resistance must navigate. But Africa still survives, sustains, and inches along all the same. Thank you very much.
All right, I want to thank Dr. Dozie, and it's really been an honor to have her here. We've been working together since last October. We met at the North American Labor History Conference over at Wayne State, and she had seen the Pan-African Newswire, and she said, "Aren't you the brother?" Yeah, right. So anyway, questions or comments? We've digested a lot. David.
Just a question. I took a lot of notes, but what strikes me, you mentioned the OAU, but then we also know about, I believe it's called ALBA,
Yeah.
the attempt by the Bolivarians
Yeah.
to develop a kind of market of
Chavez, right?
Chavez and the other Ecuador,
Yeah.
and also Brazil having paid off its debt to the IMF and others.
Yeah.
So I wondered if you would be able to perhaps compare the nationalism of Latin America at this
Yeah.
juncture
Yeah.
and how they are establishing their own connections between Latin American countries
Yeah.
and a Latin American identity in the United States of Africa, America,
Yes.
South America, to the AU and what's going on in Africa.
Yeah. It's a great question because especially this particular book that this presentation was based on will hopefully be out at the end of the year, and it's on the African Union. But my next project, research project and book, hopefully, will be on this very question, which focuses on the political economy. And my starting point question is, because everybody asks me this question, why doesn't Africa have an Evo Morales or Chavez, for example? Why can't Mugabe be more like Chavez? Where is Africa's left turn very similar to the left turn in Latin America? And I think they're fair questions. There's a whole movement, the BRICS movement, for example, which I think is a little bit too narrow, but it is a powerful developing world bloc that is representative of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and then South Africa. And they recently had the BRICS summit in South Africa, and the kinds of questions are, well, how can Africa, and especially the African Union, engage with this kind of new developmentalist, agenda that is coming out, especially of the new third world, right? But certainly in Latin America. I think though that we have to recognize, when I teach third world politics, my students are amazed at some of the statistics. For example, we still talk about the third world bloc as being Latin America, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, right? And still talk about those countries. But then when we look at colonization as a starting point, we realize that colonization ends in Latin America in the 1830s, right? Africa is colonized in 1886, right? Almost 50 years later. This just started the colonization, right? So these two continents are, very different contexts and very different paths, right? There's lots of, and even with that, I would say, how come, Latin America didn't take off faster? Given that they were freer, from the colonized world much earlier. But look, I would like to see more revolutionary socialism in Africa. I think that currently in 2013, issues of the Chavez model is sort of being adopted by Mugabe, but the difference is that Venezuela is an oil-rich state, so Chavez could, put his revolution to power, through his own resources and sustain it and invest in it. Mugabe's revolutionaryism is sort of defensive, and it's sort of his fault, but not entirely his fault. He could have been more of a revolutionary leader. After all, he did fight, around the land question as a reality, right? But it's lots of complications, and a lot of his revolutionary rhetoric is exactly that, just rhetoric. And he can't do anything with the economy, and so he's no longer as progressive as he could be, and so there's no revolution there. One might ask, why not the ANC? ANC could have been also very similar to Chavez model, perhaps, or certainly a Brazilian model. Is it going in that direction? Nobody thinks so. And why not? I think Africa maybe looks more like Asia. And the question there becomes, it's the ethnic question. I've always said that the ethnic question should not be seen as, it's tribalism that's a problem in Africa. It's an ethnic question that suggests that the structures of the African political economy around ethnicity is such that sometimes it mutes a progressive socialist agenda in very complicated ways. Right? I'm from Nigeria, and I used to do some research on the Niger Delta. You used to remember them? The Niger Delta, revolutionaries. This was a a very progressive movement in the Niger Delta. I would go there and interview they call themselves, gang members or militant group leaders. They were really just, unemployed youth who were very dissatisfied with, the issues in their region, right? And so, I'd look at their manifesto and I'd talk to them about, their strategies for resistance, and they would tell me that, I said, oh, this is Marxist, I said, no. They didn't want to engage, socialist ideology with their struggle. And the problem that I had was that they also ethnicized their struggle in ways that did not bring in coalitions from other parts of Nigeria. So right, they were claiming that the thing is only happening to them, the Ijaw peoples, right? The Ijaw is the ethnic group that resides in that area, and the Igbos and the Yorubas and even the Hausas are saying, well, we have the same conditions in our regions, but the political agenda by the Niger Delta peoples did not include that. So they couldn't engage a socialist revolution as a result of that. And so it helped me to think about how it is that socialism is sort of subverted in certain parts of Africa. But then we know that it's not exclusively. We know that we did have our own Chavez. And who is that? Thomas Sankara, okay, in 1983. This is after Lumumba, okay, but we've had socialist leaders in Africa. And Thomas Sankara is a great lesson, I think. Once again, coming from this very small, colonized, but really, unimportant to France. They called it Upper Volta, right? Those regions where it's just forgotten. okay, but they wanted to control it all the same, okay. But here comes this charismatic Fidel style, you know, very, very, very charismatic leader called Thomas Sankara, doing all the things that Chavez does and Evo Morales does. And what happens to him? He is once again subverted, killed off by his own second in command and friend, who is still in power. And so Africans look at that and say, at this point, we just want to survive. Is it neoliberalism? Bring it on. I don't know, I'm sorry. That's how they're feeling, okay? How does the African Union, I think my research in the African Union is that they have this economic agenda, but for me to tackle the question from a very sophisticated, thoughtful manner, I think I need to leave that alone and tackle it as a single variable. And that's why I want to make it the subject of my next book, to find out what exactly will economic liberation look like in Africa beyond 2013, right? You know, what can it look like? What are the potentials? So it's a great question. I'm sorry I didn't if I answered it appropriately.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond too. You know, as the doctor pointed out, you know, we had Patrice Lumumba. You know, before he could even get started, you know, he was overthrown, he was undermined by the United Nations. Kwame Nkrumah was doing a terrific job, had an international voice, not only in Africa, but throughout the world. He was overthrown, you know, collaboration between the CIA, the State Department, and the local police, lower-ranking military officers. Thomas Sankara was calling for a cancellation of the debt for Africa, and he wound up assassinated. Samora Machel was brought down in a plane crash.
Julius Nyerere?
Yeah, right.
Julius of Tanzania?
Exactly. So also we have to look at the collapse of the USSR in the late 80s, early 90s, you know, which had given a tremendous amount of aid to Cuba, which was able to intervene in Angola in the late 80s. That actually turned the tide for the whole region. Then even in China, you know, we have a lot of partnerships now between Africa and China, but the suppression of the left in China, you know, 30, 40 years ago, the foreign policy is different than it was under Mao Zedong, you know, in the earlier period. So these are some of the variables that we have to deal with. And but I think, you know, if you look at Zimbabwe, for example, with the land reform, that it was condemned initially. But now they've done studies that indicate that, you know, incomes have gone up, productivity has gone up, and other countries are looking at, you know, land reform in Zimbabwe.
As a model.
Yeah, now whether they're going to do it or not, that means they have to confront imperialism.
Yeah.
You see, to do that, you know. Now, even Malawi, the president, Joyce Banda, went to Zimbabwe recently, shocked the West because, you know, she's been like somebody the West has been pressurizing.
Yep.
And she goes there and has a 5-day visit, you know, with Mugabe, and she says she was impressed by the land reform program, and they need to do the same thing in Malawi.
Yep.
You know, so, you know, it's the way these things are framed in the
Yeah,
West that, you know,
Yeah.
how Africa is framed. It's just everything negative,
Yes.
nothing positive.
Positive, yes.
Right. Ray and then Andre.
I have it's almost like a two-part question, but this is already talked about it, what is the OAU's response or reaction to the situation in Mali? And in general, what is Africa's, like the African people's opinion on what's going on in Mali in the last 7 years?
Yeah. It's complicated, as I had mentioned a little earlier. It's complicated. And so what we hear in the West, though, is one, we heard, and there's going to be a nice presentation by our students here, valiant students at Michigan State University on this question, who will provide more details. But it was a complicated situation. What we heard, and again, I'm like you know, following Western news because this is where I am. And what disappointed me was we heard, on the one hand, Mali had collapsed. You know, all these news headlines about Africa's negativity and this being an example of Africa going back to its primitivism and coups and blah, 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 blah. And we heard about these militia Tuaregs who, were overtaking Mali, talking about these criminal intents and terrorists and blah, blah, blah. We heard all about that. And then next thing we heard was, so what's the West going to do, And finally, hooray, everybody said, France is going to intervene. And then there was a debate about, whether French intervention was colonialism, neo-colonialism or not. And I say, nobody even, mentioned what Africa was doing, what Malians were doing in that context, and how, what went on in Mali was not simply, really not even exclusively. It's just the way that it's framed and understood in the West makes us think that nothing was going on there. So it was very complicated because, on the one hand, the first time the Malian coup is a reversal of democracy. Okay, Mali has been a democracy for 20 years now, a flowering democracy, actually one of the more successful democracies in the African Union. And so for a bunch of army soldiers to come up and coup, the elected leaders, the African Union would not accept that. And so the first thing the African Union did was to suspend Mali as a result of that, and to work with the ousted leaders, who were elected leaders, in restoring democracy to the country. However, what complicated even that process was the war in the north, right? And it wasn't just the war in the north, it wasn't the militancy, but it was the secessionary war. The fact that Tuareg took over the north and renamed it the Republic of Azawa. That's a secession. When that happened to Lincoln, what happened? He said no. Okay, he went to war. You don't just secede a country. Countries have sovereignty, and you don't just, part of the country doesn't just take half of it, and the other part of the country couldn't do anything. So anyway, you had these coup leaders who couldn't do anything, and so it's adding to the collapse. And so at this point, the African Union is saying, okay, restoration of democracy is not the issue right now. It is the restoration of sovereignty in Mali, right? Which is to make the country contingent again, contiguous, bringing the North and South back together, okay? But we don't accept the secession, okay? So what do we do? And so they debated, okay? Again, debated as to whether or not they should intervene militarily as a union, and the elected officials, including the former president, not the army captain, who was pushed aside by the African Union and ECOWAS. But they said, what Africans need to do, Africans need to do, is to intervene and use Pax Africana, so that they can restore sovereignty in Mali. And so that's what the African Union was trying to do. However, this is where international hegemony comes into place. The United Nations says Africa doesn't have authority. It doesn't have, by international law standards, Africa does not have the authority to intervene in a sovereign state, even in Africa, because the United Nations international law says that you have to get permission from the international community and through the United Nations Security Council. The United Nations Security Council says it is the arbiter of the world, okay? That all countries that are members of the United Nations are subject to international law as provided by the United Nations, right? And so if Mali is a member, Africans don't have a right to go in there. So Africans were, arguing this, but arguing it, diplomatically, and they had argued this also in Libya, and argued it also in Cote d'Ivoire, and said, they do have the right, this is our continent. If we agree, to these rules, we have that. But this time, for some reason, they were making nice with the United Nations and decided and said, okay, you want us to get permission, give us a resolution. And so the United Nations finally got a resolution, and said, okay, we give you permission to set up an African force, military force, to intervene into Mali. Okay, and that's all organized through the African Union. but they didn't give them any funding for it, right? You know, so you're going to be part of the United Nations. Give us some resources. I mean, look at how many resources they're giving to Syria these days, right? To do nothing. They didn't give Africans any resources, so it took time for the African Union to build the military force that they wanted to. And by the time they were building it, this was in December, not necessarily Tuareg, but by now the northern situation was going into crisis because now it became terrorist groups and, the Tuareg independence movement struggling for supremacy in the north. So it was a really outright civil war. But they had announced that they're actually coming down to the south to take over the government. And so it became a kind of situation where the African Union was incapacitated to do anything. I thought it was just amazing that they announced publicly that they won't be able to get their troops in there until September this year, that we haven't even gotten into, right? So France comes in, African Union did say, yeah, go ahead and do it. Now, why do we enable our colonizers? This is the contradiction, I think, but we do know that Western sources are the builders of these weapons. Okay, in terms of per capita income, the per capita income of France alone is twice that of the entirety of Africa, right? Its military budget alone is twice the amount of Mali's, right? So with those kind of resources, you can see why it is that they create a problem and then they come in to flame it. I mean, the industrial military complex is global, in that respect. And sorting out these issues, what I can say is that Africans are conscious of it, spoken to them, but how to combat it, we just have to do a better job in amassing power for ourselves and maybe being more principled and united on our decisions and trying to combat things like that. But so far, the French have tried to contain a lot of the militancy in the north, although there is still a lot of fighting going on. They have established elections for July, I think, in Mali, and the African Union is supporting that. It does have its own force in there now as well, and my hope is that they will use it for a lesson for the future to do better.
Okay, Andrea had a question, and maybe we could have one more question, and then we have a presentation coming up on Mali next. So, Andrea, you had a question.
Well, you answered to the question when you answered the question before mine.
Okay.
But I just also want to mention that African Americans in the U.S. We've been a nation inside of a nation, basically. And however, we still feel connected to Africa through our descendants. See, and I was just wondering what the AU allows membership. So, and that includes the diaspora of the African American population, is that correct?
Yes.
Along with the African immigrant population in the U.S.
That's correct.
And our struggle is basically the same across the globe. That's why I say we're a nation within a nation.
Absolutely.
And under the same struggle and the same exploitation.
Oh, yeah.
So how do we, I don't think that African Americans realize that they can become a member of a larger national black organization or African organization, is that correct?
Yes.
Can they become members
Yes.
of the AU? And if they can, how do they become members of the AU here and link up with each other to struggle together globally? Because this is a global hegemonic type of thing. And so we need to be linked up together in the struggle, supporting each other. When something happens in Africa, the African Americans who are in the AU support them. And when something happens with us here in the U.S., the AU over in Africa supports us.
Yes.
So that we can have the power that we need globally. So how do we?
And that was W.E.B. Du Bois's dream and vision, and actually his political imprint on Pan-Africanism. He introduced the notion of speaking to Africans in the diaspora, particularly African Americans, saying that we must take on the burden of Africa, right? The heritage of Africa, connections with Africa, but also the burden of Africa as our own. They're interconnected, right? And so we see how Pan-Africanism has begun as an idea by African Americans and has been expanded by Africans and Africans in the diaspora. So it's still one big movement. Now, more specifically, however, how does the African Union try to implement this plan? Through its sixth zone. It's a clause, okay, and it says that we extend citizenship or membership, not citizenship yet, because the African Union doesn't have the authority to extend citizenship as it stands. But it does extend membership to any African American organization, okay, that is committed to the same kinds of ideals of Pan-Africanism. So I would hope that the Pan-African Newswire is a member. Okay, well, you should start working on it because they have reserved seats for, I think it's about 50 African and diaspora civil society organizations to be part of the institution of the African Union, participate in its governance, participate in its dialogues, its projects, its initiatives, okay? So they do have that, okay? And so I know that quite a few organizations in New York, African American organizations, are members of it's called the African Union Economic and Social and Civil Society Forum, okay, which is part of the African Union. And so that is the forum to do so. But I think there's some amazing things going on. We always hear, how it is that the world, especially the international organizations, basically patronize Africans in development projects and opportunities, right? But then Africans have, through the African Union, come out to the world. And one of the stories that I heard from one of the African Union members of the civil society organizations worldwide, he said that he, went up to, I think it was the Netherlands or Amsterdam, and he said that the African Union wanted to meet the president, I believe, of that country to talk about the discrimination of Africans in the diaspora in that country. And they said, we don't want to talk about that, we just want to talk about the handouts that we'll give you. We said, that's what we're here for. We're here to talk about citizenship issues and discrimination issues. And that's what they're doing in New York and other places, especially in Brazil. You see what I'm saying? So they're changing the terms of the dialogue. And so they ask those nonprofit organizations, why wouldn't you take up the question of discrimination of black people in these countries? Why wouldn't you take it up? Why don't you want to speak with us, okay, about that? Okay, and so of course, the West is having to adjust their own, circumstance, because you're going to ask for freedom and partnerships. These are, the dialogue is on the table. And so Africans are trying to do that, to be more political, to help, these kinds of discriminatory issues outside of Africa. I mean, there's no ideals. We're so much discriminated against here, and nobody really cares. But at least the African Union is now saying that we'll have an office, and we will have a membership, and we'll try to, lobby these issues abroad. That is what our diaspora, zone is all about, to be able to have those kinds of dialogues and engagements. So it's a beginning, but it is happening.
Okay, we have Debbie as the last question, and well, maybe Jerry had something.
It's real brief.
Debbie, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you very much for your presentation, because we always need to learn more about the world we live in, the contending forces within that world, etc. I want to start my comments off by saying that the propaganda machine of the U.S. imperialism and capitalism is at its peak now, they can distort the tiniest little thing. You know, they can obliviate the reality for the world in such an effective manner that even in this country, the all-out war against working and poor people has been glossed over like, oh geez, aren't we so generous to you? You know, we're giving you jobs, even though they're only $7 and $10 an hour, we're giving you jobs. But one of the things that I really wanted to, you know, not a question, is more a comment on what you said about China in terms of its relationship with Africa. I think it's very important, particularly for African Americans, but for Americans to understand that that relationship is not the same as it has been with U.S. imperialism and the world monetary, the banks, the International Monetary Fund, etc. The other thing I thought was very important that you made, the comment you made briefly, was when you talked about Gaddafi and the bank. Absolutely, one of the reasons they decided to assassinate this man, was the ideas he had for the African continent in terms of this incredibly wealthy, really, it's probably the most wealthy continent in the world in terms of its materials and natural resources, you know, and he was putting in place the ability of the African continent to sustain itself, have its own bank, you know, not controlled by the West, but actually controlled by, you know, a continent of nations that had the foot of imperialism on their necks for centuries. And he just, you know, there was clarity that you offered in terms of the understanding, and you really made it quite simple. We'd rather deal with China. You know, it's a reality. But you know, a lot of times people, you know, they don't know anything about it, but yet, you know, they've bought the propaganda of the imperialists for so long in terms of China that they can't view it as anything else but the same as U.S. imperialism, and it is not. And I think that you did, I thank you for giving that clarity, because no question that we in this country need to understand what the relationships are that are going on around the world in their real context, in real time, and it's not colored by the, you know, the propaganda machine that right now is in full flame in terms of this country. So thank you for absolutely your comments and your presentation, because it moves the struggle along in many ways. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Jerry, then we'll have Dr. Dozy make some concluding remarks.
I just want to be very brief, but I think this idea of kind of the sixth block in terms of the AU has a lot of relevance to the current situation in Detroit. I mean, wouldn't it be interesting for Detroiters who've been denied the right as a mostly African American city to self-determination, instead of appealing to the U.S. imperialist government for release, to appeal to the African Union? And especially because the second aspect of that crisis is deliberate underdevelopment of Detroit.
Yeah.
In response to the rising struggle of the Black Liberation Movement, where Detroit was deliberately taken from the best city and richest city for African Americans in this country to the poorest, and now is in total debt to the finance capital. It has a lot more to do with Africa than it has to do with capital. So there may be ways that we could draw these analogies in, both to build solidarity with the struggle in Africa, but also to show the interconnection. And maybe we should talk more about that in our organization. That's, of course, one of the things we've been speaking to very much. But it seems to be a very fascinating thing to interject into this whole struggle around the emergency manager. Maybe help. We've been constantly looking for ways to raise it to a higher level in the struggle, but it's something to certainly think about.
No, I think you're dead right, and I think those are effective concluding remarks for me taken right out of my mouth. Just maybe a month ago, did we do the Charles Wright Museum? And it was on Sankara, but I try to make it a comparison to Detroit as I think I framed it as a neo-colony. And the response, however, trying to always position myself to, what is it that we should be doing, and even to my colleagues, who, believe in Detroit, but don't seem to understand, what's going on, or tend to perhaps reduce it or essentialize it to a problem of requirement, right? Without understanding structural, issues behind it. And so I've said, a liberal democracy response is not the response; it's a nationalistic response. The nationalistic response, mobilizes a collectivity, around the political response, right? And whatever the nature of that nationalism is, but it has to be a nationalistic response, which says this is our political community. It's our political community. Okay, we are democratic citizens within the community, and we need to elect representatives that meet our needs, and it's about how we can take back the control of Detroit. So I absolutely agree. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, we want to right now bring up our colleagues who are here from Michigan State University as well, from Mali, and they have a presentation that they're going to be doing, a PowerPoint. We'd also like to mention that we have food and drinks in the room over here, and we want to move the program on, so if people want to go and get food and drink and bring it here, and we're going to keep the program going. We want to also mention that today's program is being broadcast over the Pan-African Journal Blog Talk radio program live, and there's going to be a podcast available as well of the event. Also, we're videotaping this event as well, which we also share on the internet and through social media. So right now I want to bring up our brother Sheikh and Musa, who are graduate students at Michigan State University, and their presentation is entitled 50 Years of Pan-Africanist Mali, Modibo, Kanari, and ATT, assuming that's Amadou Toumani Touré. Okay, let's have a warm welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah.
Welcome.
We are very pleased, honored to be here today to celebrate the 50 years of Pan-Africanism together. I am Sheikh Matara.
My name is Musa Traore from Mali also.
And today, Musa and I is going to present to you the 50 years of Pan-Africanism, but principally from Modibo Keita to ATT.
What happened?
You want to come and see?
Yeah.
There we go. Hang that for a second.
What happened?
What? Is it eating? It's something, what's eating it?
There you go.
Can you scan it?
That black stuff, doesn't do it.
Yeah.
Can you close it and start it?
Yeah.
Thank you. What questions yours?
Here's something. Oh, that's Here we go.
This one has slides. I don't know if I can use this one.
That was my son's computer, he had a way to get around it.
Okay.
Okay. This is the different president from Mali. This is Modibo Keita, Moussa Traoré, Alpha Omar Traoré, and Amadou Toumani Touré, ATT. And during the presentation, we're going to talk about Mali from 1600 and the view for union, and then Mali's different presidents and their role and action for African Union or Pan-Africanism. Then we're going to talk about the current crisis in Mali, imperialism factor on the current crisis, and Malian view or thankful for Pan-African solution idea for the current crisis. To start this presentation, I'm going to present you, maybe some of you knows where is Mali, or some of you don't know where is Mali. But Mali is one of the West African states, which is, we start from, before today Mali, we start from the Empire of Mali. Right here you can see this yellow line, that was the Empire of Mali. And then here, this is the current Mali here. So from here you can see the Union view or Pan-African view for Mali didn't start just right after the independence. It was there before the independence and it still exists right now. And in terms of Malian view about Union, it starts from Malian culture and tradition first. Because in Mali, we have been taught everything starts from the family. And has together in the family, we can have everything. We can do everything together. And then from the family side to the large scale, so we have the same idea, which was one of the good ideas from the first president, Modibo Keita.
Okay, now we're gonna briefly describe who was Modibo Keita. But before I start talking, I would like the audience to know that originally we are a French speaker, which might explain why we have a few accents, but it won't be a big problem to go through this presentation. This is the picture of Modibo Keita, who we refer as the founder of Mali. Modibo Keita had studied, French as a student, and after finishing with his school, he was one of the Africans at that time who had a chance to have a parliament member in the French National Assembly. From those experiences working with the imperialists, when he came back in Africa, what was his goal and his role to play in Mali? He did call the African that, as an African, we need to come up together, be united. That's the only way out for we Africans. Start from the neighboring country, which were Senegal, Ivory Coast also. So what happened there, Modibo called for a federation of Mali back in 1960s, August, which was Mali and Senegal. But that federation didn't last longer due to his view and his dream for that big region, which this is the map of the Federation of Mali. Here we have Mali, and here we have Senegal, which was a big and strong landmass as one unit, one block, with all the resources and the potential resources which could be on both sides. Here we have a sea, here we have all kind of landmass, natural resources. Combined together, it could be very beneficial for that region. But there was a problem with this mentality and these ideologies, because the French did not want to see one of their colonies come up together as a federal state, which could menace the French interest in that region. And they also feel that if one of the French colonies in that region fell under the communist mentality, because Modibo and them has a strong tie with most of the communist leaders at that time, and that could compromise the French rule in that region, and they did whatever they could to break up the Malian Federation. And in 1960s still, Modibo, Keita, Senghor and them couldn't work out the federation in Mali, and the federation split into two different states, Mali and Senegal. But Modibo had a strong and huge dream and big views for African future. After the federation did not work out, he turned back over Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana and Ahmed Sékou Touré in Guinea to build up another African Union and African friendship to come up with something similar to the Malian Federation. And then, from then, Modibo Keita was still an unionist, and he was one of the founder of the African Union, which we call today. So from there, we can pretty much say who was Modibo Keita. From 1963, we had the first rebellion in Mali so far. So that rebellion came up just after the Federation of Mali did not survive, and the French tried to destabilize that region by arming and brainwashing certain Malians in the north among the regime, and we had the first rebellion in Mali since 1963. Right. After the rebellion in 1963, Modibo pretty much did try to call and push a little bit the Malian army and the Malian people. He did ask the French army to pull back from the northern side of Mali, and he called all the French military nicely with the diplomacy, and there was all withdrew from the north to Kati, which is nearby Bamako. And then after that situation, he was able to handle the first rebellion in Mali nicely. peacefully within the Malian solution. But, like I said, since the beginning, since his view was more looking towards a communism pathway, and the French did not give up on destabilize Mali. And what happened later on, when it comes to 1968, we had a coup against Modibo by the military called Moussa Traoré, who was trained military-wise and educated by the French. Since the first coup in Mali, it was done by the French scholar student, pretty much. All right.
Like I said before, Moussa Traoré did the coup. Even though he did the coup and come to the power, that didn't change his view about the Union for Africa or for the regional integration. He was there and he was the president who signed Mali for like the regional integration, the CEA, and the ECOWAS integration also. Imperialism effect for Moussa Traoré. He was helped by French to make his first coup, and after that, after 5 or 7 years later, he found out like the idea and the vision for Modibo for Mali, that was the best way, and he tried to take the same way. For that one, he brought up the relationship with French. During that time, French and Western countries tried to push him down, which is to make the Malian economy very sensible, break down. And like, for example, the structural adjustment from the World Bank, who was supposed to privatize all of Malian sector. And during that time, Malian workers didn't get paid for 6 months, nothing. And Moussa Traoré was there, tried to talk to them about what he would like to do for Mali. And then, even whatever they've been doing economically to collapse his power, they couldn't make it. Then they tried to form another person now to make another coup in Mali, similar like what they did before, which was done by Amadou Toumani Touré. Then after the coup, Mali had another rebellion. Before the coup, that was the same game played by France again, to destabilize the power and then to take like 12 people in the north as a monitor to destabilize Mali. And during that period, Moussa Traoré tried to find a solution, and that was the first time Mali tried to bring another solution from outside in Mali, which he solicited like the help of the solution from Algeria. In 1990, Algeria helped Mali to find a solution for the Tuareg rebellion. And this is Amadou Toumani Touré, Atete, during the first his coup in 1990. What was the consequence for the view, this coup for Mali? After this coup, France was able to hold all of Malian resources and to implement their view, their democracy. When they talk about democracy, Moussa Traoré didn't say, he said, yes, I am for democracy, but I'm for democracy made in Mali, made it in Africa. As Mali and France, you cannot talk to me about democracy, because if you look at the history, the first democracy was come from Mali. And then we have our tradition, we have our culture, and we can have our own democracy, which it cannot be like just copy from imperialist country and paste in Africa.
That's right.
And then after 1 year in the power, ATT organized the election, the first Western democracy election in Mali, who was Alpha Marcounari was elected as the first president democratically elected by Western country.
When you talk in Mali about Alpha Omar Konare, his view for the unions remains still the same as his predecessor, Modibo Keita, Moussa Traoré, and also Alpha Omar Konare. But we look at him different than the other president. First of all, he was the first president elected in Mali for the first time in Malian history. We had the presidential election in 1992, and Alpha was the winner. And his view was more open, more liberal than the other president. That's how we look at him, more different. But he wasn't easy to manipulate either by the Western nation. He did fight for the African unity. He did put all of his effort to the African unity. And he did resolve the rebellion in northern Mali in 1994 with a different way, open way, and pacific ways than the other president. First of all, we had the effort of peace in 1994 by integrating all the ex-rebels, the Tuaregs who were fighting against the Malian army. He did accept, yes, okay, let's end the war here. It's okay, we can take the same Tuareg back in the national army. It won't be a problem. And we had also the Flamme de la Paix, that's how we call it in French, in 1994, when they have to burn down all the weapons, collected from the rebellion in Timbuktu, which is one of the biggest cities in northern Mali. That's how we look at Alpha, more open-minded and more diplomatic than the first president Mali has known so far. In terms of his effort to the African integration, he wasn't different than the other president. First of all, when he came to power, he did understand very quick that there is something going on here. Yes, to the democracy, but how? What kind of democracy do we need here? Do we need to live along the African dream? A better Africa for African? No, the answer was no. And he did put all of his effort toward the African Union. And for an example there will be like, he remained one of the chairman of the African Union from 2003 to 2008 until he finishes the second term as a president. Also, pretty much that's what we can retain for Alpha Omar Konare in Malian perspective, comparing him to the other president of Mali from independence to his first term as a president. And then once again we come up with Amadou Toumani Touré, but this time we will call him the new Atete, author of 1991 military coup, and Brother Sheikh will talk more about that.
Why we call the new Amadou Toumani Touré for this time? After his first coup in 1991 and living in the country for 10 years, he saw like what he did before was a big mistake for him, because 10 years after the coup, Mali didn't move very far for his development in terms and integration. Whatever the team from Modibo Keita in Mali was a kind of in standby. So now, after 2002 election, when he won the election, he came with a new idea, which was the same idea for Modibo Keita, which Africa for African, Mali for Malian people, and African integration. And then this idea and this view is something that French people don't like. French don't want his colony to find or to have an idea like this in Africa. Principally Mali. Mali is the border of Senegal, Ivory Coast, Guinea. So if this kind of idea can work in Mali, why those countries cannot follow Mali's idea, Mali's example? So that's why they try to break up all the relationship with Amadou Toumani Touré. He accepted, and he was working with only different friend of Mali, which was like the Cuba and Venezuela, Indonesia, Russia, all of socialist countries around the world. He was trying to find help and to finance Malian economy and African economy. In Africa also, he was one of the best friends of Gaddafi, who was helping him in a single time if Malian people or Malian government need any fund to make some investment. And which was, France was very hungry about attitude, idea and behavior about them. Then he had a big issue with the former president of France, which is Nicolas Sarkozy. Then this crucial time of relationship between Mali and France in 2006, before 2007 election, Mali had another rebellion. And that rebellion was a crucial time for Amadou Toumani Touré, because he was looking for the second term and then to continue or to finish what he would like to do for his country. For now, he has to find another solution for the Tuareg rebellion in Mali. That's how Western people call Malian rebellion, but we just call it rebellion. And one more time, he solicited the help from Algeria. And Algeria helped Mali to find a solution in 2006 rebellion. What was the solution? The solution for that rebellion was what? Like Mali has to withdraw all of military base from the north side to the south to give more authority to Tuareg people in the north side to control whatever they want to do. He was tough for attitude to accept, but he was looking for another second term. How he did it? He take it. He take the solution, and by saying after his election, he's gonna looking for the Pan-African solution for this problem. After his election, he asked for Mali's neighbor country like Algeria, Mauritania, Libya to come together to find a solution to control and to securitize this north side. But during that time, they didn't listen to him, and just after that, we had the problem in Libya. So the problem of Libya was a kind of Mali knew, or Malian people knew right after Libya, something is going to happen in Mali. Because Atiti was one of the best friends of Gaddafi, and he was one of the guys in Africa who said no to military intervention for in Libya. As African, we're going to find a solution for African problem. But they didn't listen to African Union, neither regional integration organization. So after the coup, Gaddafi assassination by Western country, we had this problem in Mali. So which is the current crisis? Right in this map, I'm gonna show you. Western countries say the rebellion in Mali is Tuareg rebellion. I'm gonna tell you today, it is not Tuareg rebellion, but it is just for imperialism, natural resource war in Mali. Right here, you're gonna see, this is Tuareg people throughout the Sahara. So from Libya, Algeria, Niger, and Mali. And this side, you're gonna find just, this is the population of Timbuktu, which is one of the 3 regions which was menaced by rebellion. They have 700,000 people. Kidal has 70,000 people, and Gao has 5,500 people. In total, it's going to be 1.3 million, about 10% of Malian population. But this territory is about 60%, 66% of Malian territory. So, and Tuareg in this region in Mali are less than 2%. So how less than 2% in one country can have all of this ability and fund to establish this one country? And look at right here, how those people come from Libya, come from Libya, you know, they have to pass by Algeria, of Nigeria. NATO, they knew that there were some people coming from Libya with a very big weapon, which was not supposed to do it. But they let them coming from Libya, pass by Nigeria and Algeria, straight to Mali. This is just an idea about the crisis, and what is the difference about the current one and the past crisis. If you look at this one was more major talk about this one more than the past rebellion, and this one was right after the Libya problem. And like I said, the main cause was just attitude's view about imperialism, about African Union, about Pan-African and Africa for Africa. So for a regional effort, which was like ECOWAS and African Union, since the problem of Libya, they say no, if you go in war in Libya right now, this is going to destabilize the entire region. So for now, we don't have enough fund or resource to maintain the stability in this region if you went in war against Libya. So they tried to point out all of the negative aspects for this war, but they didn't listen to them. And right after, since the problem started, regional integration and African Union, they came together to find African solution for African problem, which was the solution that was accepted by Malian people, and it was the solution that Malian people were looking for. Malian people, they didn't never ever one day before French intervention to think about like French people will come to save them. But because they know French and Mali, we don't have a good relationship. French and Mali is like a Guinea and France. Mali and Guinea, they have the same history with France. Like for imperialism factor on the current crisis, just to back to the history, in 1957, that was the first idea for France to find or to establish one state in the Sahara, which was going to call like a common region of Sahara. Right here, this is the map of that region that was supposed to be created and protected by France. You're gonna see here, it has the south of Algeria, the north of Mali, north of Nigeria, and the west of Chad. If you look at this region, you're gonna find you cannot imagine any kind of natural resource that you cannot find in this region. That's why France would like to have this one before the independence of those different states. But why it didn't work? Those 12 people from Mali, the north of Mali, they voted in the majority by no. They say no, we don't want to be in this state. We would like to stay in Mali. We are Malian and we don't want to be anything else. Half Malian. Just Malian, half Malian. And that was France and the Sahara natural resource. Then, right here you can see this is Mali's natural resource. You're gonna find in this region, this is all oil. You can find here, in this region also, here and here. Then if you look at around here in Nigeria, you're gonna find the biggest uranium in the Sahara. Then from some research, they say this side directly to Mali, they have uranium over there also. They have gold. They have a lot different natural resources. But it's never been exploited yet. If you look at French colony in Africa, you're gonna find France is the major company there. France is the major exploiter for the natural resources, except Mali. Look at Gabon. You're gonna find France, they have more than 70% business over there. They exploit more than 70% over there. Like Ivory Coast also, like Senegal, except in Mali. Mali has only friends from Russia, Indonesia, or just socialist country, or some African country like South Africa. Mali works very closely with South Africa by exploiting his natural resources, which his view is, as African, we can work together in benefit of both sides. But working with France, you're not going to benefit at all, and they're going to take whatever they want. And then for this current crisis also, what I can say is like the war of the terror, which is financed and funded by Western countries, as even US, by sending money to different states in this region, just to point out somebody, this is a terrorist, so you have to fight against this one. During the first coup, last coup, if you look at all of those people who was involved in the coup was trained by US military. And then if you look at also this rebellion, all of the head of the rebellion, they were in the Malian army and they were trained by the US military also. So how that can happen? They have some information, which information destabilize this country, and then to come as like somebody who's gonna stop the fire in this country, somebody who's gonna save those people. But no, it is the game. They're planning and they're gonna play it. So just as African together, we can stop it. And then for conclusion, I can give to Musa, he's gonna conclude.
So very quick, I would like to give a brief summary on what our brother Sheikh have been saying all together. Yes, we will say Mali and the Malian believe that the Mali need African Union, and the only way out for Africa is the Union in order for us to make Africa the best place for life in Earth. And also I would like to draw a brief summary in Malian history, why Mali is been this tribal state from its independence to nowadays. We Malian, we don't want to see Mali this way, but there is a reason, and we strongly believe that the reason is coming from France. So if you draw the history from Mali's independence, right after the independence in '63, we had the first rebellion. As my brother Sheikh said, they tried to organize the Tuareg among under one state in the Sahara region. And when you look at the map, that region is where we have most of the resources in Malian territory pretty much. And that did not work out. After that, we had a military coup. And the military coup was held by those soldiers who had some kind of training from the French, which was Moussa Traoré. And then later on, he kept the same African dream for Mali. And we had a second coup in '91 by Amadou Toumani Touré against Moussa. Again, Amadou Toumani Touré was trained by the French, and he had the coup against the regime. After that, he came back again in 2002. But between 1991 to 2002, yes, we had a election, free and fair election, the Western democracy. We tried to copy and paste somehow, ignoring the Malian reality, ignoring our tradition. Yes, to democracy, but how? What kind of democracy do we need in Mali, in Africa in general? We have to take in consideration our culture, our belief, the way we solve and settle our problems. These have to be part of the model of Western democracy we will include in Africa. Yes, we did try to do that within the Malian democracy for 20 years, but it did collapse. Yes, because the West or the French did figure out that we are trying to happy, but also within Mali, there was some intermath work to see if we can come up with a new and the best way of democracy for Africa. And that's how we had the rebellion again in 2006, and which was one of the wars won. Today, like he said, he was also looking for his second term election, and he did not have enough time to control the rebellion going on in northern Mali. And he said yes to the Accord of Alger, which did ask for the Malian army to withdraw from the northern side and give the control of that region to the Tuaregs so that they can secure that zone. The consequences of that withdrawal of Malian army is, okay, the region become the niche for all the drug cartels and all the terrorists around the world. And then now on, we had the last rebellion in Mali again, and we strongly believe, as he said, the minority of Tuaregs within that region who said yes, we want to be a Tuareg state in that region are the remote, and the French is always using this minority whenever they want to destabilize Mali. That's how we believe, that's how we see the rebellion in northern Mali. And the Tuaregs problem is now something we really consider as a problem in Mali. I cannot differentiate myself from a Tuareg from Mali because we go to the same school, we do everything together. Even we have the same kind of clothes together. There's no difference. Personally, as Malian, we are not seeing any difference between the Tuaregs and the Malian from South, from Bamako. If you look at the Malian history, for people who are familiar with the Malian political history, you will see that we had some former prime minister, from former deputies from who are Tuaregs also. And then, like I said earlier, yes, together it is possible. Viva Africa. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions, answers, comments? Debbie?
Well, it just seems between all of the speakers have laid a very clear underlying source of continual disruption of the continent of Africa, really the world, when you point to the role of the capitalist Western state nations, U.S., France, Great Britain, and how they have undermined, you know, really the underdevelopment of the continent of Africa, and how they have consistently intervened in one fashion or another in these nations to destabilize and put in place their preferred, you know, leadership. You know, it used to be outright assassinations. Now they call them regime changes, but it's the same thing. They, if like you've said consistently, they didn't agree, they didn't want them, then they created the conditions. If not an outright assassination, they created the conditions in which the regime would, you know, fall. So it you know, I don't know how many ways we can say you know, point to the role, and I'm not going to call him a devil. You know, that's almost too nice. You know, it's more insidious than that. You know, but you know, we just really have to understand that, you know, this country touting about democracy. Oh, please. There hasn't been democracy in America, I don't know when, since ever. Since ever. And yet, this is what we are continuously talked about and told why we do things, create problems all over the world, while we're making the world safe for democracy. Well, who's making the world safe from them? I don't know. I think we need to have some more unity here. because there is a person, there is an entity that we need to be fighting, and it is not each other. It is absolutely not each other. And I think that you guys have continuously pointed out, you know, the source of the crisis, the global crisis, you know, that nations are facing in the struggle against imperialism. And I don't know how many times you can point to the scourge and still think that it's anything else but a scourge.
Andre?
Well, the similarities of what's happening there parallels, okay, to the similarities, believe it or not, of what's happening in Detroit.
Yep.
I mean, this thing about self-determination, we can't even get self-determination here in Detroit, okay? As a black community and other communities surrounding, they have taken away our ability of choice by emergency managers, who are nothing but puppets, even though they have black faces,
Yeah, right.
okay? They are puppets of the ruling classes, the same ruling classes in Mali. Even if they're French, it doesn't matter. They're all colonialists. They're all neo-colonialists. It's all about imperialism, money, power, and control of the population. Control of Mali's wealth. What, did Detroit have any wealth? Well, sort of, we have wealth. Bella Howdy ready to take all of that from us, you know? And because we're predominantly black, okay, it becomes a race situation, racism involved, injected in it, that all sovereign or all cities who are predominantly black and who have controlled the government to some degree, they need to all be swept out pretty much. They set up conditions here. The banks set up conditions. I don't know if they set it up in Mali that way, but I'm sure the IMF and all of them were involved in this. Okay, they set up conditions here too, to totally destroy the housing industry, therefore destroy the revenue, therefore destroy the city, therefore declare the city unable to operate by these black people. So therefore, and they make it known, black people, okay? All you have to do is read the Detroit News and those in the comments, and you'll see that they're talking about those people, us, black people. So whether you're in Africa or whether you're in the U.S. in a black city, okay, it's the same. I see the same pattern. You know, it's just it's the same game, just lifted up and placed in another region. So that's why we have this link that I'm talking about with the same struggle.
So when you talk about setting up the condition, yes, I can back that up with how they set up the condition in Mali. The French did set up the condition. This is how I look at it. When we gained independence, it wasn't easy for them to let us be free. And when they were withdrawing from Mali, they even destroyed the railroad, the telephone line, all the infrastructure wasn't there. And they knew later on we might need those type of infrastructure, and they knew they are coming back sooner or later. And that's how they set up the condition. Just leave the country by themselves. We wasn't prepared, even though we were prepared, but we wasn't really quiet enough to go to the independence right away like we did at that time. And they did not assist, at least I personally believe, yes, to independence, but they could at least make sure we are able anytime to run our own destiny now by taking off with a few basic needs for the people.
For the condition also, I just would like to point out that, all of the colonial country of France in Africa, if they would like to have loan from IFM or World Bank, they have to pass through France first to say, okay, we need this amount of money. France is going to lobby in IFM or to help them to find loan from IFM. And during that time, also they're going to pay some percentage for France by doing that one to them. And when Gaddafi was there, Gaddafi was the man who was helping them to find money without enough interest, without to pass by France. And all of those, when money stopped, all of those stuff, that was something French, French economic is very related to their colonies country in Africa. If they stop doing some stuff, they're gonna affect French economy. So that's all of those aspects that help France or to encourage them to destabilize Mali and to be able to control Mali and their entire colony in Africa.
Oh, Bentley, go ahead.
The area that you showed
Yeah.
on the map where France wanted to control that area,
Yeah.
they still have control of that area now?
For now, I can tell you no.
No?
No and yes. Why? Because this area, they don't control this area. This is Algeria. But this area, they control this one. This is Nigeria. Friends, they have the biggest resource of uranium right here that they are exploiting right now. They just invest more than 100 million of euro in this region. That's why military and weapons come from Libya through this state without any problem, because they have their interest over there. They are exploiting something over there. So to be able to exploit something in Mali, they have to destabilize and to show or to bring with another picture to Malian people like we are your savior.
Yeah, right.
And if you guys work with us, you're gonna be safe, but living in poor, dying in poor.
That's right.
So that's why. And this region, Chad, also, they were there. But right now, during the Malian crisis, Chad is trying to send them out. They say, no, we don't need you guys anymore, because they've been there for more than 20 years. And they start with the same crisis in Mali, like the same crisis in Mali. So now French, Chad, they send them out, and they try to have the military base in this area. So they're going to be there to protect their interests in this region and to be able to exploit all of those natural resources in Mali also.
So when you say control, are you talking about AFRICOM? When you say military,
Yeah.
what is it? A unionized army like from the UN? Is it just French troops? Is it
You know,
is it Al Qaeda? I mean, who are these people?
those people is not, it's just French and UN troop.
Oh.
Principally right now in this region, there is only French troop over there. They say no to Malian army to this region.
So does Mali have any political or military control of the country at all?
Mali used to have it, but like we said in 2006, when Mali had the rebellion in 2006, and when they tried to find a solution for the rebellion, they had the agreement from the Algeria with those rebels to withdraw all of Malian army from this region to the south side. And that was manipulated by France. They was playing their game, how they can come easily to destabilize this region, because we don't have any military base over there enough to fight against them.
Did you ask the question?
Yes, it did.
Okay, okay. All right.
Yes, so I'm wondering, you're talking about how, you know, France has been taking advantage of situations to destabilize the region. So is this recent invasion of Mali by these radicals or terrorists or whatever, why did they come to Mali in particular to take it over? And so basically did the Mali government give France any permission to come in and try to solve the problem themselves, or what? Basically, how did that whole problem start? With because I've heard first these people were in Algeria. They're the same people that took these employees hostage at this oil rig, and then they came to Mali and started invading and burning things. So did the France secretly have anything to do with that, or did they just take advantage of the situation and come swoop in and pretend like they were the saviors, essentially?
All right. As he said in 2007, we were seeking for a pacific resolution of the rebellion, and we will say that's where everything started for Mali. From that time, we had the Algerian peace agreement, which called the Malian army to withdraw from the north. So pretty much that region was was left there by himself. No, army wasn't present there, and they gave the control to the local Tuaregs that was in charge of the security of that region. First of all, and what happened after that, as they was talking earlier, we had some training about the U.S. Army, and the people who were trained by the U.S. Army are the native from that region. And whenever the rebellion start, all they do is just they go back to the native place and say no to the Malian National Army. These are two factors who will pretty much help the region to be insecure. Second, though, what happened with the Libyan problems, and when the Gaddafi regime fall, and Libya, we had all kind of rebels, all kind of terrorists, whoever could run away whatever you can, they did. And these people moved all the way from Libya to the northern Mali with all those weapons. And even today we ask ourselves, how come NATO with all of those technology couldn't track down and knew that there is a huge movement for the northern Mali? They said, yes, we did not see it. They will come up with certain type of answer. Well, we cannot believe that. This is the third factor. Plus, the crazy which was always there, we had always terrorists, and they have more help from Libya with more weapons. And the Malian state wasn't strong enough to secure the region. And for that, the president, Amadou Toumani Touré, he always called and asked for the African solution to secure the region. He said, yes, the region is very big, and the Malian state himself is not able to secure the region. And the Western nation did not let that African solution for the region. And meanwhile, when we had all of those problems, and the army was not able to fight against the rebels first. And then the president was looking to organize election at the same time. We have the war in the north, and the election was a few weeks later. So which meant the government did not have enough time to focus on both issues. For poor states like Mali, it's not easy to fix these two things at the same time. And a few weeks before the election, we had a coup from Captain Amadou Sanogo, which was fighting in the north, and they all the way moved to Bamako, and we had the coup, and which make this. We did not have any government since there is a coup. Democratically, constitutionally, we will say that there is no government because we are now falling under any democratic rules. So that makes Malian very, very weak and destabilized, and that's how the Islamists take over pretty much the northern Mali. But there is certain, and the factors also, we Malians strongly believe the few Tuaregs who are pro-West are always being used by the French to destabilize the north, and we even believe that they received some free weapon from the French. We don't know how, but we can relate to the Libyan situation. We all know that they was giving free weapon to the rebels who fight against Gaddafi regime. If you give a free weapon to a regime and those weapons move to somewhere else, so that means any state cannot resist to those kind of problems in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, but it could be possible, but not like Mali, Nigeria, and them. That's how I will answer that question. I don't know if this is helpful.
Okay. Thank you. It is. So essentially now, who is looking? France is running Mali now, since no one is essentially, or are they just protecting their interests essentially?
So just to answer your question, I would like to state something. You know, those people, rebel and jihadists, they've been there for 1 year first. Why? Because Mali was looking for African solution to that problem. They said no to all Western solution for that one. And whatever African Union and regional union take or find as a solution, excuse me, those Western countries, they didn't, they said no, wait for us, we're gonna see what's gonna happen. Why? They know that could be the solution for their problem. But they say, if those Africans can be able to solve this kind of problem today by themselves, is next time or tomorrow, are we gonna be able to do something else? Are we gonna be able to control them again? No. To leave them, they try to stop everything, because African Union was looking for funds to support all of military staff to be together, then to go in Mali to fight against them. For 1 year, they couldn't do it because they were looking for France was looking for just a kind of illegitimate agreement or something written by Malian president or Malian government to invite them to come in Mali. And this time, they're gonna say, okay, now we can give you guys funds and everything. You're gonna come and help us. But first of all, they're gonna be there. They're gonna securitize their interests. They're gonna take place, and they're gonna try to manipulate everything as the manager of everything, and to show themselves have somebody who's coming to save one nation. To say one thing also, I can tell you, this problem now was a game planning by France and played by Western countries, just to take the control of their colony in Africa, principally Mali, to show to their different colony countries, we are able to control you guys. Our interest is our life. So if you guys try to play with it, we are able to do whatever possible to go for. This is the example in Mali now.
So it was a setup essentially. They took advantage of the destabilization.
Yep.
Now they're moving in.
Yep.
Was the, I understood that the Tuaregs supported Gaddafi,
Yes.
and that after he had lost, they came out of there back to Mali. And so I saw, but then you're saying that some of them were financed by France, but some of them were pro-Gaddafi. And then I had understood that the so-called jihadists fought them for the north of Mali. And I assume the jihadists were financed by the Gulf states and by the United States.
Yep.
So I wanted to ask more about, maybe you could clarify that, and also, do you know what's going on now in Libya?
Okay. From now in Libya, like I don't know if you follow the news, it has been the same. The country is dying every day. Right now they don't have even one legitimate government that Libyan people can say, okay, today this is our government. Today this is our plan for the future. Every day there is attack somewhere. So it's still the same problem. But stating like Tuareg people somewhere supporting Gaddafi and some come to Mali, yes, but that was a minority. And how they left Gaddafi come to Mali? When they see like all of the effort by NATO in Libya, France was looking for an ally in Mali also, like we state first. In 1957, when a minority of Malian Tuareg say yes to the common regional state, since that day French has manipulated them, has removed to destabilize this region, principally in Mali. And it was one of those families who was taken care by Gaddafi, because to help Mali to stabilize the north. They are Malian, but they were living in Libya, taken care by Gaddafi to keep this region peace. Then after the assassination of Gaddafi, France proposed them, now you don't have any place. Libyan people don't want to accept you guys as Libyan. They know you are from Mali. So where you can go? Go back to your country. So how they're gonna look at you? The Malian people never gonna let them take some position in Mali. So they're gonna live in there as simple citizen of Mali? Question mark. So to tell them, okay, now this is our interest. You're gonna help us to do this one. You're gonna have your own state, and then together we're gonna protect you guys. We're gonna exploit those natural resources. That was the contract with them. Jihadists, Tuareg, that was the same game. They are the same person. Just they have different paths to come together and to give different view to the people around the world. But to tell you they are the same, they are one.
They were trying to bring Gaddafi's son in, but then they got caught.
For bringing Gaddafi's son, they knew like the French showed them whatever is their power to shut down Gaddafi's regime in Libya. And they know how long it's going to take to bring Gaddafi's son in the power. French know if Gaddafi is not there, if his son there, it's still the same. So nothing is going to work as they want. So Gaddafi is not going to be there, his son is not going to be there. Not today. I don't know how long it's going to take for him to come back, but not today. So for those Tuareg people, are they going to stay there, to stay living there as till Gaddafi's son is going to come in the power? No. They have something proposed by France somewhere. Just let's take it. And just to tell you something, today, Tuareg people, they are lazy people in Mali. They don't like to work. They don't like to do nothing. They're just there, living as like I don't know how they call it in English, but they just been there, living with whatever they want to have, but they don't want to work. Yeah, nomad. You know, they just want nomad life in the north side. Since the first rebellion in Mali, Mali has invested a lot of money in this region to develop, to decentralize this region. Mali has integrated all of Tuareg people in Malian army, Malian institution. We had like a Malian Tuareg Prime Minister. We have today the second big person in Mali is Tuareg. The third one is Tuareg. Tuareg are, you can find Tuareg in all of those institutions in Mali. So the problem is not the integration also. The problem is just the small group manipulated by a Western country with a strong power to destabilize and to defend their own interests.
Okay, I think we need to move on. Great presentation, and of course we're going to continue to follow the situation in Mali. And of course, is this yours here? Notes?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right. Okay, we're going to move on, and right now our next speaker is from Detroit, and she is a member of Workers' World Youth Fraction, and she's also a student at Macomb Community College, and she's going to discuss the legacy of Walter Rodney, of course, who was a great, Walter Rodney being, of course, a great revolutionary historian, and someone who lived in Africa, in East Africa, during the 1960s and 1970s, and who also visited the United States on numerous occasions and wrote extensively on developments here, as well as on the African continent. So right now, without further ado, we'll bring up Sister Tasha J. Davis.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Hope you're all doing well today. So I was supposed to present a presentation, but instead I did a talk, so just bear with me if it kind of like sounds dragged on. I'm not as like polished in my vernacular, but I will try. I'm going to be covering Walter Rodney Speaks. It's the making of an African intellectual. It covered a lot of his ideology, all his experiences growing up in Guyana, his educational experiences all the way into his evolution as a Pan-Africanist and a Marxist, which we will discuss how that often intersected at different times. sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse, and how he handled that with eloquence as always. Today I will speak with a prolific Pan-Africanist, Marxist, and revolutionary intellectual that is Walter Rodney Jr. The majority of the knowledge presented in this talk was gathered from Walter Rodney Speaks, the making of an African intellectual, sparked by a program formed by the Institute of the Black World. The IPW actually contacted Rodney and received confirmation that he would be available for a research symposium on African peoples and the international political economy. Rodney was to serve as the co-director and principal faculty person for the length of the symposium, but he was replaced by William Strickland for reasons unbeknownst to me because that's not listed in the book. He had accepted, though, and spent 6 weeks, which spanned July through September 1974, at the Institute of Atlanta, where there were to be 3 achieved objectives: to test the applicability of the frame of reference and the methodology used in How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, abbreviated HEUA, for studying the evolution of political and economic relationships between Black and White America. 2, to explore the structural link between the social structures of Black and White Americans and the historical evolution of the Black struggle. And 3, to explore the question of the requirements of the present and future struggles of Black people, especially here in the United States. To understand Walter Rodney, not just as an activist and intellectual, but his development as a human being, as a Black African, we must first explore his upbringing. Walter Rodney Jr. was born on March 23, 1942 in Georgetown, Guyana, to working class parents, whom belonged to the People's Progressive Party. Rodney spoke to the party's influence of 3 principal elements that he recognized early in life and will guide his political socialization. First, the People's Progressive Party was one of the only broad political parties formed throughout Africa that actually had a Marxist, socialist, scientific perspective and outlook. Second, his development of class consciousness, which he stated was more of a sense of survival that he garnered at only 11 years old by the knowledge of areas to avoid distribution of the literature for the People's Progressive Party. He mentioned the avoidance of certain houses due to how they looked and the skin color of those who lived there, and he would be inclined, who would be inclined to sick dogs upon those who would dare walk into their yard with any kind of literature from the People's Progressive Party. So that just kind of got you familiar with the sense of colorism and classism that was already pretty present that he faced, even as a youth. Third was the expression of those who he became familiar with in the community through political gatherings, where many rousing speakers moved the crowd. He states that secondary school was hostile to this kind of expression of the people for the people. He felt that he had a grasp on the confidence that the people had the capacity to deal with their own situations or take destiny into their own hands, as we've talked about extensively throughout this program today. The encouragement of expression, he noted, was not the function of secondary school, where one debated about nothing as eloquently as possible to receive high marks. Nonetheless, Rodney attended primary school in Guyana, where he was awarded an open exhibition scholarship to attend Queens College. This made Rodney one of the first working class beneficiaries of concessions that were formed in the field of education by elites in Guyana as part of a nationalism that reached a fever pitch in the 1950s. Once in attendance, he excelled in academics as well as athletics. Rodney was awarded an open scholarship at the University of the West Indies in Jamaica, where he would graduate in 1963. He was awarded a first-class honors degree in history and an open scholarship to the School of Oriental and African Studies in London. And at the age of 24 years old, Rodney was awarded a PhD in African and Historical Studies with honors. One of the most critical components of Rodney's political awareness is his study of 2 texts, which was C.L.R. James' Black Jacobins and Eric Williams' Capitalism and Slavery. Rodney states that these were the foremost texts that informed a national consciousness. How strikingly different they were in the context from anything else that they were reading at the university in Jamaica was not apparent at first to him or any of the other students, but soon became clear. There's a perspective that was laid out that made sense to young West Indians, especially in the case of capitalism is slavery. Later, as Rodney studied the history of the Haitian Revolution and the conceptual and ideological tools utilized, a Marxist methodology, he realized this informed James' work and was a majority responsible for raising the quality over several other formulations on the revolution. This model image acted as a model image for many West Indian progressives. The simple truth that Rodney states is that even before one had fully come to terms with the question of Marxist ideology, he had to stand out in the Trinidadian situation as the person who seemed to be making more sense than others. So basically he said that you had to speak to the people before you gave them the Marxist ideology, and before you could really tie that in with their struggle, you had to meet them where they were. His academic experiences, of course, were not without political struggle. This was demonstrated on October 15, 1968, when upon return from a Black Writers meeting in Canada, Rodney was barred from re-entry into Jamaica. By this point in time, Rodney was well respected in his alma mater as a faculty member and a lecturer on the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. Upon the university's decision to ban Rodney, there was a militant protest which boiled over into a full-fledged riot in the capital of Kingston, Jamaica. This proved an opportune moment for the U.S. Embassy to flex its muscle by intervening in what was labeled as the Rodney Affair. However, the Black power nature of the riots was really the keen interest that the U.S. had, because they were already igniting domestic terrorism pretty much on the Black power nation at home. Documents released by the U.S. demonstrate the surveillance of Rodney by the Jamaican intelligence during his undergraduate years at UWI from 1960 to 1963, and resumed the surveillance upon his return in January 1968. So they had basically examined all of his moves, all the organizations he was involved with, anything that he did, he was watched. And when they came back, they hadn't forgot about him and made sure to keep an eye on him, which let you know how pretty much influential he was to the movement that was pretty much brooding already in Jamaica. A particular line included in the summary of the 7-year investigation of Rodney by Jamaican spies was recorded as follows. He was a convinced communist with pro-Castro ideals and latterly to have taken an interest in Black power. Maybe I'm biased, but that doesn't sound bad to me. Rodney was a blatant threat to the Jamaican government for his lack of will to engage with the People's National Party or the New World Group, which were two groups he was referred to apparently. I think this was still in Jamaica. It's explicitly stated that Rodney felt the former would wish to have nothing to do with him, and the latter was too academic and not sufficiently in touch with the masses. Pretty much armchair revolutionaries. He surpassed the armchair revolutionary debates and went directly to the toilers. He was quoted as saying he wished to meet the working people anywhere and everywhere in Jamaica. He expressed interest in the Rastafarians, which was one of the most isolated and despised groups at the time. Additionally, the leaked files indicates that Rodney took a keen interest to two other groups, urban youths, including gangs, and a heterodox religious movement led by Reverend Claudius Henry. Henry had already been under the scrutiny of the Jamaican government for organizing and uprisings in the 1960s, for which he was imprisoned for 6 years, and upon release continued the Jeremiads against the regime. There was clearly an agenda to form and strengthen Black allegiance across Jamaica, since the grounds were fertile for revolutionary action. Rodney highlighted 4 goals of Black power and establishing that in Jamaica. 1 was to create an awareness of Blackness. 2, mobilizing Black people to act in their own interest. And 3, rejecting white cultural imperialism. So pretty much is what was outlined by our former speakers, and that's pretty much how the analogy of what's happening in Detroit and Africa fused together. It's that notion of Black power, that right to self-determination, to govern ourselves, to love our people, our heritage, and have a right to that knowledge. Oh, and 4, to ensure the rules of Blacks in society, like the formation of the African Union. These all suggested a break with the formed capitalist system that Rodney vehemently denounced as the Jamaican creed, out of many, one people. With his expulsion, Rodney returned to Tanzania, where he visited and continued to lecture from 1968 to 1974. Upon visitation to other African countries and familiarity with each struggle, he determined it was the intellectuals' responsibility to deepen their knowledge and make it available to further the struggle and emancipation of the people.
Right.
As soon as you said right, I lost my spot. Great. used as the guide for the final draft of one of his most influential works, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, which was published through the Tanzanian Publishing House in 1972. In his critical analysis, Rodney makes use of common language to discuss historical development of society and economic development of humankind in relation to the planet and other humans. As extracted directly from page 27 of this analysis, the major concept is characterized as the question as to who and what is responsible for African underdevelopment can be answered at two levels. First, the answer is that the operation of the imperialist system bears major responsibility for African economic crippling by draining African wealth and by making it impossible to develop more rapidly the resources of the continent. So basically they slow any progress, of course, as we stated before, by extracting all of the material wealth that the country has and not returning it to the people, or returning very little, so there's nothing to be, brought, there's no way to flourish. Second, one has to deal with who manipulates the system, and those who are either willing agents or unwitting accomplices of the said system. In 1974, he returned to Guyana and accepted an appointed position as a professor of history in the university. The position was soon rescinded by the Burnham government, however. Despite this, Rodney continued to lecture African history and continued to awaken oppressed people and liberate them of the stranglehold of the Burnham government and his party. Other literature Rodney had published earlier was now circulated on campuses for the consumption of students. These included A History of the Upper Guinea Coast from 1545 through 1800. It was a PhD dissertation published by the Oxford University Press, and The Groundings with My Brothers, which was a collection of talks he gave while in Jamaica. Walter also worked diligently with the Campaign to Free People's Progressive Party activist Arnold Rampersad, who was held on trumped-up charges of murder. Soon after, Rodney joined the Working People's Alliance, which was established in 1974, and became a political party in July 1979. Rodney faced multiple battles with the Burnham government, starting from July 11, 1974, until his assassination. One of the most notable was an arrest that Rodney and several others faced on July 11, 1979, on an alleged charge of arson in reference to the burning down of 2 government offices. In increased degrees, Rodney's dedication to struggle and empowerment of the people highlighted him as a target of the Burnham government, who many times over sought him out to harass and persecute and even attempted to kill him. Burnham was not timid in his desires and even urged Rodney to write himself a will. On June 13, 1980, agents of the government succeeded in carrying out the will of Burnham. Walter was assassinated by a bomb in the neighborhood of his childhood haunts. Burnham and his oppressive regime had hoped that with the assassination of Rodney, that the revolutionary spirit of the people would be crushed and ultimately annihilated. However, Rodney in his short years had left his impression on many people across the world, where his works are scattered. He also was survived by his wife Pat and 3 children, Shaka, Kanini, and Asha. Rodney's death was commemorated in Martin Carver's poem titled For Walter Rodney, and the dub poet Lynott Kwesi Johnson in Reggae Fi Radini, and Kamal Brathwaite in his poem titled Poem for Walter Rodney. He has also received numerous honors from University of Warwick, the West Indies, Atlanta University Center, and Clark Atlanta University. Every year since 2004, there has been a Walter Rodney Symposium held March 23rd on his birthday under the sponsorship of the Library and the Political Science Department of Clark University and under the patronage of the Rodney family. There's a resurgence in the development of the black economy based on the Pan-African model that Rodney has had a significant impact on. No doubt there are brothers and sisters out there in different positions in the economy who have gotten hold or caught word of his ideas, his words, and will use them to lift their political consciousness and unify themselves as a people against the system which keeps them so horrendously divided.
Okay, so we learned a lot about Dr. Walter Rodney, and of course we've had classes here in this building on numerous occasions. We've up to now chapter 5 of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and we're going to continue reading that book in the not too distant future. Now, right now, I'm going to make some comments related to our topic here today. And for those who don't know me, my name is Abayomi Ezekwe, and I'm one of the co-founders of the Michigan Emergency Committee Against War and Injustice. I'm also editor of the Pan-African Newswire, as well as the host of the Pan-African Journal, which this program is being streamed live as we speak. And today's topic, Africa and U.S. imperialism. And I've subtitled this, The Post-Colonial Crisis and the Imperatives of the African Revolution, because it is only through a revolutionary movement that we can deal with the problems of imperialism. And of course, 5 decades since the formation of the African Union, this is taking place today while the Pentagon and NATO is escalating its war drive on the African continent. So we hear a lot about the war that's going on in Afghanistan, the war that's going on in Syria, but very few analysts talk about the character of the war that is going on right now against the African continent. Now, on May 25th, coming up next week, this year, it represents the 50th anniversary of the founding of the Organization of African Unity, which is the forerunner of the present African Union, which was formed in 2002. Now, this conference today is taking place at a critical time within the history of Africa and the diaspora. Even though there has been tremendous progress in Africa, as Dr. Ndozi talked about, and throughout the African world since 1963. I mean, we overthrew apartheid essentially here in this country during the 1960s. The imperialists, however, have devised mechanisms to continue and expand the exploitation and consequent oppression of African people on the continent, and indeed throughout Europe, because now you have a bigger African diaspora in Europe. You have a lot of migrants, and I'm going to read a letter at the end from an African migrant group who had sent a statement of solidarity for the conference. They're based in Morocco, and they're trying to get to Europe. North America, of course, we have a growing African population here in North America, in the United States, as well as Canada, because a lot of people have migrated from the Caribbean, from Africa and Latin America into the United States, as well as Canada, and also in Latin America, where in places like Brazil and Venezuela, we're going to have a statement at the end from the Consul General of Venezuela, based in Chicago. They have a large community of African people of African descent in Venezuela, in Colombia, in Peru, and many places throughout the entire length and breadth of Latin America. This conference sends congratulatory messages to the African Union in the midst of this anniversary, and the AU will begin their meeting tomorrow. We are following the situation surrounding the summit, which begins on May 19th tomorrow, and it is going to extend through May the 27th. The meeting in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, is being held under the theme of, quote, Pan-Africanism and the African Renaissance, in an attempt to return the Continental Organization back to its political origins that were born in the ferment of the African revolutionary struggle of the 1960s. The OAU came out of the national liberation struggles and the independence struggles of the 1950s and 60s. Now, according to the description of the African Union's website, which is linked to the Pan-African Newswire, there's a link on the Pan-African Newswire with the African Union website. This website, the African Union website, is publicizing the 21st summit of the AU. It says that, quote, the year 2013 marks the 50th anniversary celebration of the formation of the Organization of African Unity. It will also be a little more than a decade since the formation of the African Union, which seeks to promote, quote, an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. Consequently, the heads of state declared 2013 the year of Pan-Africanism and the African Renaissance. This same synopsis goes on to say that, quote, the anniversary is expected to facilitate and celebrate African narratives of past, present, and future that will enthuse and energize the African population and use their constructive energy to accelerate a forward-looking agenda of Pan-Africanism and Renaissance in the 21st century. It provides a unique opportunity and comes at a moment when Africa is on the rise and must therefore build its confidence in its future. The 50th anniversary commemorations will be anchored by the theme, again, Pan-Africanism, and African Renaissance. And that's a direct quote from the African Union website. Now, during the course of the following days, through the Pan-African Newswire, we will cover the deliberations and addresses extensively to provide the African world and the international community in general with the most comprehensive review of developments taking place in Addis Ababa. The peoples of Africa, scattered throughout the globe, are intensely waiting the outcome of the summit in order to gain clear insight into the character of the thinking and actions being advanced by the heads of state and other leading organs of this esteemed institution. Nonetheless, our purpose here today is to reflect on the significance of the history of Africa and the African liberation struggles that have evolved over the last 5 decades. Where we have been and where we are going into the successive decades of the 21st century must be questions that are paramount in our minds. Now, first of all, I'd like to talk about the developments, historical context of the post-World War II political situation. Now, it has been acknowledged by the leading progressive and revolutionary African historians such as Dr. Walter Rodney that the advent of the Atlantic slave trade and colonialism shaped the character of African societies throughout the world. Beginning in the 15th century, Africa engaged Europe, coming out of the so-called Dark Ages, a society and a culture in Europe at the time desperately seeking to advance its own internal development at the expense of other peoples around the globe. Between the 15th century and the 19th century, millions of Africans were subjected to super exploitation through slavery and colonialism. This period in the history of the continent spawned the conquering by Europe of the Western Hemisphere and the building of an industrial empire which intensified the exploitation of both the indigenous people of the West, known as the North American, South American, and Caribbean Indians, as well as those on the continent, as well as the Asian continent, as well as the South Pacific. Africans and other oppressed peoples, of course, resisted the onslaught of slavery and colonialism with vigor. History today is revealing even more detailed accounts of the heroic role that Africans played in the struggle against imperialism in its infancy and continuing into its maturity and consequent devolution under the present system of neocolonialism, because we believe that imperialism is not on the rise, but it's on a decline. The desperation under which they act indicates that they are in decline. All exploitative and oppressive systems meet resistance from within, leading to the organization and mobilization of the forces which are victimized by the ruling interests within the society. These internal struggles, along with challenges from the outside, result in the transformation of the system into something different that could be an advance, it could be a step forward, or it could be a step backwards for the development of humanity. Although imperialism attempted to create a system of exploitation and oppression that was insulated from internal and external attacks, these efforts proved to be futile. By the conclusion of World War I in 1918, national liberation movements and communist tendencies were well in evidence in the struggle to overthrow capitalism and colonialism. Rebellions and revolutionary uprisings spread throughout North America, Europe, Africa, and Asia. Beginning in 1917 with the Bolshevik Revolution, the first total overthrow of capitalism and the replacement of this exploitative system with socialism, which is based upon empowering the working class and the oppressed. The 1920s saw additional uprisings and attempts to build a worldwide alliance between the national liberation movements and various socialist parties. By the conclusion of the 1920s, the capitalist world would fall into its worst economic crisis, which lasted for over 12 years until the entry of the United States into World War II in 1941. This collapse of the capitalist system during the 1930s would also lead to the spreading of fascism in Europe as well as Japan. However, the fight against fascism in the 1930s and 40s brought to the fore the communist and national liberation organizations, which served as a decisive factor in the outcome of the war in 1945. Beginning in 1945, the communist and national liberation movements accelerated their efforts aimed at the overthrow of capitalism and colonialism, leading to the decisive victories that took place in Korea in 1945, in Vietnam in 1945, in Eastern Europe after 1945, and eventually in China in 1949. By 1949 as well, India had gained its independence from British imperialism, and the African continent had begun popular uprisings aimed at breaking the yoke of colonial rule. Now, after the aftermath of World War II resulted in the dominance of the U.S. ruling class throughout the capitalist world, this consolidated U.S. imperialism after World War II. Now, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and Japan had experienced extensive fighting within its borders during the 1930s and the 1940s, leaving the U.S. unscathed by the military impact of the war. The Soviet Union, which had experienced some of the most intense fighting during 1942 and 1943 at the Battle of Stalingrad, emerged from World War II as a major power internationally, only second in military might and political strength to U.S. imperialism. Socialism spread throughout Eastern Europe during this period, and the people of Yugoslavia had largely liberated themselves through their resistance to fascism, where they later would establish a socialist system as well. Despite the devastation of World War II and the founding of the United Nations in 1945, whose objective in part was to avoid another international conflagration, war erupted on the Korean Peninsula in 1950 after the establishment of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea in 1948. The DPRK and the people of China under Mao Zedong fought to preserve their national sovereignty and socialism in Asia. By 1954, the people of Vietnam defeated French imperialism, forcing the U.S. to take total responsibility for the continued occupation of the south of Vietnam, which is located in Southeast Asia. That same year, the Algerian National Liberation Front in North Africa began its armed struggle against French imperialism in that region of the world, where it had occupied the country since 1830. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the leader of the Ghana independence struggle, through the Convention People's Party, the CPP, which was founded on June 12 of 1949, and the chief strategist and tactician of the African Revolution between the late 1940s and the time of his death in 1972, pointed out that the movements led by Africans against colonialism and imperialism were not isolated, but very much connected with the global struggle for freedom, justice, and self-determination. Nkrumah placed the rising tide of the African liberation movements and the struggle for socialism on the continent within the context of the worldwide efforts against all forms of exploitation and oppression. Nkrumah wrote that, quote, "A number of external factors affect the African situation. And if our liberation struggle is to be placed in its correct perspective, and we are to know the enemy, the impact of these factors must be fully grasped. First among them is imperialism, for it is mainly against exploitation and poverty that our peoples revolt." And Nkrumah, unquote, Nkrumah wrote this in a book entitled The Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare that was issued in 1968. This Pan-Africanist revolutionary leader continues by pointing out that, quote, "It is therefore of paramount importance to set out the strategy of imperialism in clear terms." He says, "The means used by the enemy to ensure the continued economic exploitation of our territories and the nature of the attempts made to destroy the liberation movement. Once the components of the enemy's strategy are determined, we will be in a position to outline the correct strategy for our own struggle in terms of our actual situation in accordance with our objectives," unquote. With specific reference to the period after World War II, Nkrumah observes that, quote, "After the war, serious economic, social, and political tensions arose in both spheres," unquote, being the colonial territories and the industrialized capitalist states in Europe as well as North America. Nkrumah notes that, quote, "Inside the capitalist imperialist states, workers' organizations have become comparatively strong and experienced, and the claims of the working class for a more substantial share of the wealth produced by the capitalist economy could no longer be ignored. The necessity to concede had become all the more imperative since the European capitalist system had been seriously shaken up by the near Holocaust, which marked the experience of the imperialist wars, unquote. So during this period, we had the rise of the CIO. We had the rise of various left movements, the unemployed councils, where we take a lot of our lessons from in regard to the moratorium struggle. And these trade union organizations and other left forces shook, the imperialist and capitalist system leading up to the war and during the war, and of course after the war, they were in a position to make even further advances. Now, during the same time period, Nkrumah continues, saying that, quote, while the capitalist system of exploitation was coming to grip with its internal crisis, the world's colonized areas were astir with the upsurge of strong liberation movements. Here again, demands could no longer be cast aside or ignored, especially when they were channeled through the irresistible mass movements, like the Rassemblement Démocratique Africain, which was based in West Africa, the Parti Démocratique de Guinée, which was based in Guinea-Conakry, that was colonized by the French, and the Convention People's Party in Ghana, that was formed by Kwame Nkrumah. In certain areas, for example, in Vietnam, in Kenya, and Algeria, direct confrontation demonstrated the readiness of the oppressed peoples to implement their claims with blood and fire, unquote. And Nkrumah stressed that, quote, both in the colonial territories and in the metropolitan states, the struggle was being waged against the same enemy, international finance capital, under its external and internal forms of exploitation, imperialism, and capitalism. Threatened with the disintegration by the double fist attack of the working class movement and the liberation movement, capitalism had to launch a series of reforms in order to build a protective armor around the inner workings of its system, unquote. Within the U.S. during the 1940s through the 1970s, deliberate divisions was institutionalized between the white working class and middle classes and the African American people, most of whom were working class, with a shrinking number of farmers and agricultural proletarians in the rural areas. The advent of the mass civil rights movement, however, in the mid-1950s, served to crack open the cloak of McCarthyism and bring broader sections of the oppressed into the struggle against racism and national discrimination. So despite McCarthyism, during the late 1940s and the early 1950s, they never anticipated that a mass civil rights struggle led by African Americans would develop inside the United States. This took the U.S. government by surprise. It took the ruling class by surprise. It took the FBI and the CIA as well by surprise. By 1960, the student sector of the African American people would take the lead as the most militant force in the struggle against legalized segregation. These efforts by the youth, led by the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and others, awakened a whole generation of young people within the Latino community as well, within the Native American community as well, Asian communities, along with their counterparts inside the white community. A culture of resistance and protracted programmatic struggle was born, which was able to challenge U.S. imperialist militarism in Southeast Asia and in other parts of the world. There developed during this period a movement against the status quo, which had not been experienced since the height of the Great Depression between 1929 and 1941. The role of the left in building resistance to capitalist exploitation and racism created the conditions for the general strikes of 1934 and the subsequent formation of the Committee on Industrial Organizations, the CIO, as well as the United Auto Workers, the UAW here in Michigan. This period of the struggle between the Great Depression, interrupted with the force of the state during the McCarthy era of the late 1940s and early 1950s, and the burgeoning mass movements of the late 1950s leading into the early 1970s, opened up new avenues of struggle which threatened the ruling class and its system of exploitation. In response, the system embarked upon a period of major restructuring by the mid to late 1970s, which was specifically designed to preserve and enhance the world capitalist system. Of this period, Nkrumah wrote, quote, to avoid an internal breakdown of the system under the pressures of the workers' protest movement, the governments of capitalist countries granted their workers certain concessions, which did not endanger the basic nature of the capitalist system of exploitation. They gave them Social Security, higher wages, better working conditions, professional training facilities, and other improvements, unquote. And Nkrumah points out that these, quote, reforms help to blur fundamental contradictions and to remove some of the more glaring injustices while at the same time ensuring the continued exploitation of the workers. The myth was established of an affluent capitalist society, promising abundance and a better way of life for all. And Nkrumah goes on to say the basic aim, however, was the establishment of a, quote, welfare state, unquote, as the only safeguard against the threat of fascism or communism, unquote. Nevertheless, the objective was to maintain the system of ever-increasing profits for the banks and other multinational corporations. Even with the establishment of the so-called welfare state in Western Europe as well as North America, in the aftermath of World War II and extending through the early 1970s, the system of exploitation and oppression remained intact. The world capitalist and imperialist system extended reforms not only inside the industrialized states, but also within the oppressed nations outside its borders. The system began to depend to greater degrees on the extraction of strategic resources from Africa, Asia, and Latin America, as well as the exploitation of labor in these geopolitical regions. In assessing this strategy by imperialism, Nkrumah again said, the urgent need for such reforms was made clear by the powerful growth and expansion of the liberation forces in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, where revolutionary movements had not only seized power, but were actually consolidating their gains. Developments in the USSR, China, Cuba, North Vietnam, North Korea, and in Egypt, Ghana, Guinea, Mali, and Algeria, and other parts of Africa showed that not only was the world balance of forces shifted, but that the capitalist imperialist states were confronted with the real danger of encirclement, unquote. This is the period after World War II, leading all the way up until really the late 1980s. Now, we want to discuss some concrete examples of the national liberation revolution in Africa. The imperialist states utilized its extensive resources and networks of global finance and political intrigue to undermine the independent African states, as well as the civil rights, the Black Power movement, the anti-war movement, the women's movement, the left movements inside the U.S. as well as Western Europe. In this section, we want to briefly review some of these developments which occurred between the 1950s and the 1990s in Africa and throughout the African diaspora. These events can in no way be separated from trends within the world capitalist system. Africa is still very much integrated into networks of finance capital, making the continent dependent upon mineral extraction and the extension of credit from Western financial institutions for survival. Let's look at Ghana, which became known as the fountainhead of Pan-Africanism. Kwame Nkrumah studied in the United States between 1935 and 1945, during the height of the Depression as well as World War II. Then he went to Britain to work with George Padmore, who was a communist, had been involved with the Communist International, had done work all over the world. They set up the Pan-African Congress in Manchester, England in October of 1945. The outcome of the Fifth Pan-African Congress, which was held in Manchester in 1945, and there had been four other Pan-African Congresses before that, actually five, beginning in 1900. There was another one in 1919 when W.B. Du Bois took over in Paris, and then there was one in 1921, another one in 1923, then there was one in 1927 in New York. And the Fifth Pan-African Congress took place in 1945. The outcome of the Fifth Pan-African Congress, which was chaired by Dr. W.B. Du Bois as well, he was like 78 years old at the time, led to the mass mobilization of the workers, the farmers, and the youth of Africa for the national independence movement after 1945. The Gold Coast, which later became known as Ghana in 1951, established a transitional government after Nkrumah was released from prison in order to move towards national independence in 1957. Nkrumah had gone back to Ghana in 1947, had hooked up with more moderate leaders in this group called the United Gold Coast Convention. But they wanted his organizing ability, but they really didn't want his politics. But he went straight to the masses. He organized the youth and the workers and the veterans of World War II, and he became so powerful through the Committee on Youth Organization, and he had started his own newspaper, that the more moderate leaders forced him out of this United Gold Coast Convention. So his own supporters said, hey, we need to form our own political party, and that's what they did in 1945. And it was a revolutionary party that demanded independence now. Now, Nkrumah placed tremendous emphasis on state spending for education, also on social services, on health care for the masses. He also developed economic plans for industrialization, and he had unconditional support for the national liberation movements in other parts of Africa, as well as the plight of African Americans in the West, along with the stated aim of building socialism in Ghana and throughout the continent. The first conference of independent African states was held in Accra, Ghana in April of 1958, bringing together the peoples of Africa both north and south of the Sahara. In December of that same year, the first All-African Peoples Conference was also held in Accra, bringing revolutionary Pan-African deliberations to the continent itself. So this was more or less the first Pan-African conference that was held in Africa. It was held in 1958 under the tutelage of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. By 1960, Ghana became a full-fledged republic. Nkrumah and the CPP had committed to building a socialist state where the formation of the United States of Africa was the principal foreign policy objective of the government. So here you had a sovereign independent state whose principal foreign policy objective was the formation of a continental government. He wanted to bring together all of the countries on the African continent because he realized Africa could not survive and develop fragmented into these micro-states that were actually carved up and established by imperialism. These actions were met with tremendous opposition by imperialism, led by the United States, in league with internal reactionaries who succeeded in overthrowing the Ghana state on February the 24th of 1966 through a military and police coup. They took junior military officers and the cops who were under investigation for corruption inside Ghana. And Nkrumah said at the time, and many people believed at the time, it was the CIA and the State Department that was behind the coup. But now we have the documents to prove it, because the State Department, has released these documents. Now we can read, the actual proof of how they manipulated people inside the military and the police, and reactionaries inside Ghana itself, to create rumors, to destabilize the economy. And they waited till Nkrumah left the country. He was on his way to Vietnam in a peacekeeping mission, and he had stopped over in the People's Republic of China, then known as Peking, the capital, and he was informed that the military and the police had overthrown his government. And the CIA had already drawn up placards and banners in the American embassy, and they allowed the prisoners out of jail, these people who were enemies of the Ghana state, who had been locked up because there were numerous assassination attempts against Nkrumah and other types of subversion. So it was several thousand people who were locked up in prisons, and they allowed these people to come out of prison, and they gave them these placards and these banners, and they marched through the streets of the capital, denouncing Nkrumah, and they had the whole media, the corporate media, come and make it look like it was a popular coup against the Nkrumah government. This was in 1966. And they've used this pattern repeatedly, like what happened in Venezuela in 2002. They get reactionary elements in the military. They take elements within society who are allied with imperialism, and they overthrow the government and make it appear as if it's a popular uprising. Well, fortunately enough, we've learned some lessons since 1966. And it was historic that the people of Venezuela were able to subvert that reactionary coup in 2002. And it was clearly an effort to overthrow Chavez and assassinate him even 11 years prior to his death. And Nkrumah took refuge in Guinea, where he had made an alliance with the ruling Democratic Party in 1958 at the time of Guinean independence under President Ahmed Sékou Touré. And Nkrumah was made the co-president of the country and continued to write and organize for the realization of Pan-Africanism and scientific socialism in Africa. Guinea followed similar policies as Ghana through state control of the economy and an anti-imperialist foreign policy. Like Ghana under Nkrumah, Guinea under Sékou Touré gave maximum support to the national liberation movements and progressive states on the continent. Guinea played a key role in the liberation of Guinea-Bissau, where Amilcar Cabral came from, which waged an armed struggle against Portuguese colonialism and NATO during the period of 1961 to 1973. And Cabral, too, was assassinated by Portuguese imperialists in 1973, right before they gained their national independence. Portugal was a part of NATO, so the U.S. was involved in the war to prevent the former Portuguese colonies in Africa from gaining their independence. They were pumping tremendous amounts of money into Portugal through NATO. The Azores Islands, which is located in the Atlantic, was essentially made a NATO military base during this period of time. So Portugal, being the poorest and most underdeveloped country in Europe, could never have waged a war against the revolutionaries in Africa if it had not been for the support of U.S. imperialism. And Nkrumah, after the coup, placed more emphasis on the class struggle, taking place throughout Africa, and it is reflected in his writings that were published after 1966. Algeria. This led to the armed phase of the African Revolution. The FLN, the National Liberation Front, triumphed in its national campaign to win independence in 1962. What is often overlooked is the support given to Ben Bella and the Algerian revolutionaries by the All-African People's Conference that was held in Ghana in 1958. And in particular, the independent government of Mali under President Modibo Keita, who the young brothers were talking about just earlier. The opening of the Southern Front in Algeria after 1960 ensured the success of the revolutionaries. The Southern Front was where? It was in Mali, because they had blocked off support from Morocco and as well as Tunisia after 1958. So the Algerian Revolution was actually stifled until Mali gained its independence and, of course, was able to provide a real base for the FLN inside of Algeria. Also, Dr. Frantz Fanon, the author of The Wretched of the Earth, an African born in the Caribbean in Martinique, played a critical role in the foreign policy of the FLN, the Algerian National Liberation Front, during the late 1950s up until 1961 when he died of leukemia. Fanon was a co-editor of El Mujahid, which was a newspaper of the FLN. He was also an emissary of the FLN in Ghana. He was based there to represent the National Liberation Front in Algeria. Also, Algeria provided the first military training to the African National Congress military leaders known as Mkonta Wesizwe, the Spear of the Nation, which was co-founded by Nelson Mandela. In fact, when Mandela was arrested in 1962, he was charged with leaving the country, leaving the apartheid country, to undergo military training in Algeria. That was the first place he went when he left South Africa clandestinely. He went to Algeria. And he went to Algeria and he talked with the leaders, Ben Bella and the others, and received military training. And then when he came back into the country, and he was captured, he was charged with leaving the country to receive military training, and this was done in Algeria. Algeria is rich in natural gas and oil and is strategically located in North Africa. The split within the FLN in 1965 that led to the coup against Ben Bella, it was tragic, but it did not result in the lessening of the country's commitment to the African Revolution. Algeria played a key role in apprehending and liquidating the CIA-backed neo-colonialist agent Moishe Chombe in the Congo. Chombe was used by Belgium and the United States in 1960 to break away the southern part of Congo from the rest of the country because it was rich in mineral resources. In 1967, Chombe was captured and later died in an Algerian prison 2 years later. The Algerians forced down a military aircraft that had Chombe that was flying over the country. He was arrested, put in prison, and he died in Algeria 2 years later in 1969. Also in 1969, Algeria hosted the Pan-African Cultural Festival, which reignited the international struggle of black people in the aftermath of the coup against Nkrumah 3 years earlier. That same year, Algeria would grant political asylum to members of the Black Panther Party, then under vicious attack by the United States government through its counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO. The Black Panther Party set up an international office in Algiers, the capital of Algeria, and remained there until 1972. Algeria continued to support the liberation movements in the still colonized regions of the continent. The next section deals with the Congo crisis and the consolidation of neocolonialism in Africa. Patrice Lumumba, the first elected prime minister of the former Belgian Congo, made his international debut at the International All-African Peoples Conference in Accra, Ghana, that was held during December of 1958. This is where Lumumba came to the attention of the world. Lumumba would win the support of the majority of the people within Congo in his efforts to build a revolutionary Pan-Africanist as well as the United States of Africa. He had an agreement with Nkrumah, Secretary Ray, and the other progressive leaders. The imperialists saw developments in Congo in 1959 and in 1960 as a threat to their neo-colonial designs for the post-independence Africa. Lumumba was soon deposed, he was kidnapped, he was tortured and executed at the aegis of the CIA and other Western states. And in fact, just recently, there was a woman who has since died in Britain, and one of her colleagues wrote a letter to the London Review of Books saying that Britain was also involved in the overthrow of Lumumba as well as his assassination. And I wrote an article that was published in Workers' World to this effect. For over 3 decades, Congo remained within the orbit of imperialism, serving as a vast reservoir for exploitation of its resources by multinational mining firms and international finance capital. Under Mobutu, who had overthrown Lumumba, it also served as a real base for the imperialists in their efforts to stifle and defeat the genuine liberation movements fighting for the total liberation of Southern Africa, which was not realized until 1994, some 19 years ago, with the coming to power of the African National Congress in South Africa under the presidency of Nelson Mandela. Today, the Democratic Republic of Congo, as it is now known, remains a bastion of Western intrigue and exploitation. Whole sections of this large country, and it's a vast country, are still not under the control of the central government in Kinshasa. These mining firms hire some of these rebel groups to guard their operations. In exchange for this, they give them money and they go out and terrorize the population in eastern Congo. Since 1996, it has been estimated that as many as 6 million people have been killed in the Democratic Republic of Congo through civil wars that are largely the result of imperialist intervention. This pattern of mass killings had its origins in Belgian colonialism under King Leopold II. Anywhere between 8 million and 10 million Africans were slaughtered between 1876 and 1908 in Congo. They would have rubber plantations, they would set up gangs, and they would have quotas, and people were sent out to collect rubber and other minerals. If they didn't meet their quotas, they would be killed. They would have their hands chopped off, their legs chopped off. Women had their breasts chopped off. This took place during the late 19th century and early 20th century. Now, the formation of the Organization of African Unity, therefore, within this context, was actually a compromise in many ways. With the efforts of the imperialist states to sabotage the African Revolution, there developed 2 major political blocs, and Dr. Dozie talked about this earlier, on the continent after the Congo crisis of 1960 and 61. There was the Casablanca group. It was composed of the anti-imperialist states committed to Pan-Africanism. And then there was the Monrovia group, which encompassed the moderate and conservative forces that were still wedded politically to the former colonial powers and the now dominant U.S. government. And Nkrumah described the new situation in Africa as, quote, collective imperialism, unquote. He wrote that, quote, the modification introduced by imperialism and its strategy were expressed through the disappearance of the numerous old-fashioned colonies, owing exclusive allegiance to a single metropolitan country, through the replacement of national imperialisms by a collective imperialism, in which the United States of America occupies the leading position, unquote. He wrote this in 1968. So he realized clearly in 1968 that U.S. imperialism was a dominant threat to Africa and the African Revolution. He later went on to highlight that, quote, the militarization of the U.S. economy, based on the political pretext of the threatening rise of the USSR and later the People's Republic of China as socialist powers, enabled the U.S. to postpone its own internal crisis. First during the so-called Hot War of 1939 to 1945, which is noted as bringing the United States out of the Depression, and then during the Cold War after 1945, because they utilized the Cold War, of course, to subvert the left and progressive movement here in the United States. And Nkrumah says that, quote, militarization served 2 main purposes. It absorbs and continues to absorb an excess of unorganized energy into the immense armaments drive which supports imperialist aggression and many blocs and alliances formed by imperialist powers over the last 20 years then, but now it's been some 60 years. It also made possible an expensive policy of paternalistic corruption of the poor and oppressed peoples of the world, unquote. The formation of the Organization of African Unity brought together both the majority and moderate and conservative states with a smaller number of anti-imperialist governments. They were led by Egypt under Gamal Abdel Nasser, Ghana under Kwame Nkrumah, Mali under Modibo Keita, Guinea under Ahmed Sékou Touré, Tanzania under Julius Nyerere, and Algeria at that time under Boumediene. It was actually under Ben Bella in 1963. Boumediene didn't take over until 1965. Such a compromise would limit the capacity of the Continental Organization to take a firm position against imperialism and neocolonialism, the major enemy of the African Revolution. Despite these limitations, Nkrumah continued to call for the formation of the United States of Africa. In 1963, at the founding summit of the Organization of African Unity, Nkrumah distributed a newly completed book that he wrote entitled Africa Must Unite, in an effort to wage an ideological struggle against imperialism and its agents operating within various states on the continent. A chapter entitled Toward African Unity, it states, and I quote, "There are those who maintain that Africa cannot unite because we lack the three necessary ingredients for unity: a common race, a common culture, and a common language. It is true that we have for centuries been divided," Nkrumah says. "The territorial boundaries dividing us were fixed long ago, often quite arbitrarily, by the colonial powers themselves," unquote. Yet Nkrumah goes on to stress that, quote, "All this is inevitable due to our historical background. Yet in spite of this, I am convinced that the forces making the unity far outweigh those which divide us. In meeting fellow Africans from all parts of the continent, I am constantly impressed by how much we have in common. It is not just our colonial past or the fact that we have aims in common. It is something which goes far deeper. I can best describe it as a sense of oneness in that we are Africans," unquote. Now in this book, a strong emphasis is placed on the success of the Soviet Union and China in regard to economic development. And this was written in 1963. Nkrumah attributes these advances in the socialist states to national unity, to state planning, and the empowerment of the working class and the peasant. Nkrumah rightly observed that the development of Western Europe and the United States was based upon centuries of enslavement and colonization of Africa and other regions of the world. The fact that Africa needs to develop rapidly and on an egalitarian basis, rooted in collective planning, there's a chapter dedicated to Ghana's commitment to socialist construction in this same book, Africa Must Unite. Also in 1964 and 65, Nkrumah called for the formation of the United States of Africa at the OAU summits in Egypt in 1964 and in Accra, Ghana in 1965. This same theme was later taken up by Libya under Muammar Gaddafi through the Sirte Declaration, Sirte being a city in Libya, in 1999, and the opening summit of the African Union in 2002, which was held in Durban, South Africa. Now, what were some of the successes of the Organization of African Unity? Perhaps the most successful aspect of the Organization of African Unity's history between 1963 and the early 1990s was the Liberation Committee, which coordinated continental and international assistance to the national liberation movements. The decolonization process would reach a watershed in 1975 and 1976 with the attempted sabotage of the national independence of Angola by imperialism. The divisions between the three liberation groups provided an opening for the U.S. an alliance with the then racist apartheid regime based in South Africa and Namibia to intervene in coordination with the Central Intelligence Agency to impose a reactionary leadership over the state. This is what they attempted to do in Angola in 1975. Same thing they had done in Ghana in 1966. However, there was an appeal made by Dr. Augustino Neto, the leader of the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, the MPLA, to the Cuban government under President Fidel Castro. This resulted in the deployment of 55,000 Cuban internationalist forces to Angola in 1975. These forces, in cooperation with anti-imperialist states in Africa, such as Guinea-Conakry under Secretary Touré, resulted in the first military defeat of the racist apartheid South African Defense Forces in early 1976. Cuban internationalists remained in Angola until 1989. They stayed there for 14 years. Altogether with some 350,000 Cubans who served altogether in Angola during that 14-year period. They made a tremendous sacrifice for the African Revolution. And they took away nothing except the corpses of their slain comrades. They took no gold out, they took no resources out, they took no oil out. All they took was their own history and commitment of struggle in Angola. After 1989, there was the reaching of a comprehensive agreement for the withdrawal of the South African Defense Forces from Angola, as well as Namibia, along with the release of political prisoners in South Africa, which took place in 1990. As well, these struggles won a commitment on the part of the racist apartheid regime to begin negotiations for the end of the apartheid system. This was assured as a result of the struggles that had taken place in Angola. Earlier in Zimbabwe, the Armed Revolutionary Forces of the Zimbabwe African National Union Patriotic Front and the Zimbabwe African People's Union Patriotic Front led to the national independence of that country that was formerly known as Rhodesia, named after Cecil Rhodes, an imperialist who raped and robbed and destroyed the traditional kingdoms of Matabeleland and Mashonaland in today's Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe won its independence in April of 1980. Zimbabwe, Angola, Mozambique, Zambia, Tanzania, and Lesotho all served as rear bases for the ANC's military and political forces which fought for the liberation of South Africa. So we had independent African states that served as rear bases for the armed struggle to liberate South Africa and Namibia. Now, then of course we had the advent of the so-called structural adjustment programs, which revealed the economic face of neocolonialism. After the overthrow of the Convention People's Party in Ghana in 1966, the country no longer took a progressive stand in regard to building socialism and Pan-Africanism on the continent. The International Monetary Fund and the World Bank took over the management of the state, leading to the abandonment of state enterprises and the emphasis on industrialization and a progressive foreign policy. In fact, they closed down the state enterprises that Nkrumah had set up in Ghana after 1966. And they privatized these institutions. By the 1980s, this method of restructuring post-independence African states began to spread throughout the continent. In Ghana again, the so-called Economic Recovery Program was instituted in 1983 under the military leader, Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings, who had come to power for a second time in a military coup on January the 31st of 1981. The Economic Recovery Program would later be named the Structural Adjustment Program, the SAPs. And these methods were managed by the IMF and the World Bank in various African states. So here we have again the international bankers setting the agenda for Africa. Uganda, after the coming to power of the National Resistance Army leader Yoweri Museveni, the East African state moved in the same direction as Ghana. Both Ghana and Uganda had been at the forefront of the Pan-African states attempting to advance continental unity and socialism during the 1960s. So here we had two formerly progressive states now falling totally under the dominance of the IMF and World Bank and consequently international finance capital. Ghana under Nkrumah was closely allied with Uganda under President Milton Obote, who himself was overthrown by General Idi Amin in a western-backed coup in 1971. Today, there are many reports that will suggest that Africa is undergoing an economic revival. We read articles and it says African economy now is booming, it's on the way back, and so forth. Nonetheless, there's still a heavy reliance on foreign exchange earnings from exports, and there's also high unemployment rates and poverty rates, although there has been a reduction in poverty in several states, which is very positive in Africa. Now, during the so-called Arab Spring of late 2010 and early 2011, the underlying causes of the uprisings in Tunisia, Egypt, Morocco, and Algeria were related to the failure of these governments to provide employment to youth and workers in general. The governments of Tunisia and Egypt were forced to resign in January and in February of 2001, respectively, where Algeria was able to weather the demonstrations, which seemed to be related to the country's long-term positions that were independent of the West. Algeria has more of a left government, and they have left parties there. And the left parties initially supported the demonstrations in early 2011, but later on they turned against them because they knew that the West had a hidden agenda to overthrow the Algerian government. In Libya, even though the imperialists and the corporate press attempted to link the Western-backed rebellion, which erupted in February of 2011, to developments in Tunisia and Egypt, the character of these demonstrations quickly proved to be a totally different character politically. When the Libyan rebellion took up arms against the Jamaahiriyya, the former Libyan political system, the revolt was suppressed by the Gaddafi government. Utilizing the successful military and political defense of the Jamaahiriyya as a pretext, the imperialist states rapidly went to the United Nations Security Council to pass two resolutions. Resolution 1970, placing an arms embargo on the Gaddafi government, but not on the CIA-trained rebels and defectors. And also UN Resolution 1973, which imposed the so-called no-fly zone over Libya, which was a code name for a massive bombing operation that lasted for 7 straight months and was carried out by the United States and NATO, in addition to an arms embargo and a blanket bombing of Libya during 2011. The country's foreign assets, in excess of some $160 billion, were frozen, and the CIA was sent into the country to identify targets for aerial bombardment. Several attempts were made on the lives of Gaddafi and his family during the course of the war. His family members were killed in airstrikes, and eventually on October the 20th of 2011, Gaddafi's convoy was struck by bombs in Sirte, his hometown. He was later captured, brutally beaten, tortured, and shot to death by an alleged militia group that was supported by the Pentagon, the CIA, and NATO. Since the overthrow of Gaddafi in Libya, the oil-rich North African state has sunk into chaos. 4 U.S. CIA officers were killed in Benghazi just last year on September the 11th. These CIA officers, in fact, were posing as Washington diplomats. And how do we know this? The New York Times reported that the killing of Ambassador Christopher Stevens and the 3 other Americans was, quote, the greatest blow to the CIA in 3 decades, unquote. That's what they said. The U.S., now, another mechanism that is being used in more recent times is AFRICOM and NATO. The U.S. Africa Command was formed officially in early 2008, with its headquarters in Stuttgart, Germany. Attempts to place the AFRICOM headquarters in Africa was met with substantial resistance from individual states and the African Union. However, the U.S. does have a military base in the Horn of Africa nation of Djibouti, which borders Somalia. In addition to this base, there are drone stations, there are CIA stations, and there are other joint operations between the United States and various African states in Somalia and Ethiopia, and the Seychelles Islands in the Indian Ocean off the coast of Africa, in South Sudan, and Uganda, and the Central African Republic, as well as the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Egypt, and Ghana, and in other states. Obama announced in December of 2012, just several months ago, that his administration was dispatching 3,500 special forces and military trainers to 35 African states in purported efforts to assist in the fight against, quote, terrorism, unquote. Yet the horrendous war crimes carried out by the U.S. under Obama gets relatively no opposition within the U.S. Congress, even among the Congressional Black Caucus. In Libya, some 2 million people were displaced, and anywhere between 50,000 and 100,000 people were killed by the U.S. and NATO war of aggression and regime change. Thousands of Africans still remain in post-Gaddafi Libyan jails that are run by militias who are given free rein by the U.S. and NATO-backed General National Congress. That's the so-called government that's running Libya now. An International Criminal Court delegation even, the ICC, which are enemies of the African Revolution, they visited Libya during 2012 to investigate the conditions surrounding the detention of Saif el-Islam, who was the oldest son of Gaddafi and his heir apparent. The ICC delegation was detained by these militias in Zentan, who was holding Saif al-Islam prisoner. The ICC, as Dr. Ndozi talked about earlier, is often referred to as the African Criminal Court, due to its sole preoccupation with African statesmen and rebel leaders. They themselves had indicted Gaddafi in 2011 during the war, and members of his government during the imperialist war against Libya in 2011. These leaders were indicted on false charges related to the efforts to defend their own country against the Western-led rebels who had terrorized the country for months, but have escaped scrutiny of the ICC based in The Hague. They never filed any charges against these counter-revolutionary rebels. The United Nations and other international bodies have remained largely silent on the crimes against humanity being committed in counter-revolutionary Libya. They don't even talk about it. I mean, here they are in Libya now, oppressing women. They're bombing Christian churches. I mean, these Christian communities have been in Libya for centuries, and they've never been bothered, because the majority of the people in Libya are Muslims, but they never bothered the Christians there. Now, they're killing Christians, they're bombing their churches, and all of this is going on. You don't hear one word out of the U.S. State Department. This holds true of developments in Somalia as well, where the CIA and the Pentagon has carried out drone and airstrikes that have resulted in the murder of thousands of people. And you don't hear the Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and any of these so-called human rights organizations say a word about what's going on in Somalia. Africans have continued to resist the onslaught of AFRICOM and its surrogates on the continent. It was reported just recently that at least 3,000 AMISOM troops, these are the African Union troops, but they're really not African Union troops. They're troops from Uganda, from Burundi, from Djibouti and Sierra Leone, countries that are heavily allied with the United States. 17,500 of them are now occupying Somalia, and they're being financed by our tax dollars through the Pentagon and the CIA. Some 3,000 AMISOM troops have been killed in Somalia just over the last several years in their efforts to attempt to suppress the resistance by the Al-Shabaab organization to these imperialist-backed interference in this Horn of Africa nation. The wars in Libya and Somalia have spilled over into neighboring Mali, which we just talked about, in Niger and Kenya, respectively. Kenya has 2,000 to 3,000 troops occupying southern Somalia at the aegis of the United States. WikiLeaks brought this out about a year and a half ago, because Kenya claimed that they went into Somalia based upon their own interests to stabilize the situation. But the WikiLeaks documents released indicate that the U.S. had been meeting with Kenyan military leaders for 2 years planning this intervention into Somalia. The military intervention by the Pentagon, the CIA, and NATO countries will escalate in the short term due to the growing strategic role of Africa is playing within the world capitalist system. Throughout East and Central Africa, there have been large findings of oil, natural gas, and other strategic resources just recently. At present, at least 25% of the oil that is imported into the United States is coming from the African continent, which now exceeds the amount of petroleum that is exported to the U.S. from the entire Arabian Peninsula. So now, Africa is supplying more oil to the United States than the entire Arabian Peninsula. Now, in conclusion, which way forward for Africa and the diaspora? In order for Africa and its people to develop, there must be a decisive break with the imperialist system of finance capital. With the deepening crisis of the world capitalist system, the economic system is providing no real solutions to the problem of Africa, nor of its own peoples in Europe or North America. We never hear anything about any solutions to the economic crisis, even here in the United States and in Europe. Europe remains in deep recession, with the countries of the southern part of Europe facing astronomical unemployment rates that exceed 25%, like in Spain, in Greece, and Portugal. Even in France, and Britain, and Germany, the economic crisis has drained the national reserves, compelling the central banks to bail out the financial institutions in order to stave off a total collapse. The same thing that happened here in the United States. And it was just announced this week that France now is in recession, and that Germany had a negative economic growth in the last quarter, and in the present quarter, they had an economic growth rate of 0.1%. So that's essentially a zero rate of economic growth. So Germany itself, which has been the backbone of the imperialist system in Europe, is now facing possible recession itself. In the U.S., the rates of poverty and unemployment in real terms are staggering. Nearly half of the people in the U.S. consider themselves to be living in poverty or near poverty. This economic crisis has become a political one since the White House, the Congress, Downing Street in Britain, Brussels, where the EU is based, or Paris, France, or any of these countries in Europe are providing no alternative ideas on how to extricate the capitalist system from the economic malaise impacting hundreds of millions of workers, farmers, and youth. The only proposals coming out of the halls of the ruling class and their surrogates in government call for greater austerity measures and mechanisms to limit any semblance of democratic debate, discussion, and collective action. We see that here in Detroit. We see it here in the United States. They're not talking about turning them back on the street lights. They're not talking about buying buses or building rapid rail systems that cover the entire city. They're not talking about providing jobs for people or raising people's incomes. The only thing we hear coming from the ruling class and their cheerleaders in the corporate media is how to cut back, how to lay off, and how to further repress the people, by stealing even their bourgeois democratic rights. Our task, comrades, brothers, and sisters, relates to political education. It relates to mass mobilization. It relates to organization of the masses of people to work towards the solutions of these challenges. The crisis in Africa and the diaspora is by no means isolated from the broader struggle of the peoples of the world. In Africa, there has been a tremendous degree of movement towards alliances with other states on the continent and throughout the so-called Global South. The Forum on China-Africa Cooperation has held 5 summits since 2000, resulting in an escalation of both economic and political cooperation between the two regions. Africa is now the largest trading partner with the People's Republic of China. In Zimbabwe, the Zimbabwe African National Union Patriotic Front government in 2000 took decisive action by seizing the land which the people fought long years for during the armed revolutionary struggle. The government of President Robert Mugabe was vilified by the West and its allies, where today research has shown that the land seizures have improved both productivity in the agricultural sector as well as raising the income of African agricultural workers and farmers. Even the imperialists have to admit this now. This experience in Zimbabwe is being looked at by other states in Southern Africa. In South Africa and Namibia, the masses of workers, youth, and farmers long for the full realization of the objectives of the national democratic revolutions in those states. South Africa has the largest and most organized working class on the continent. The unrest in the mining industry and the agricultural sector is pushing the country towards looking at nationalization and the seizure of land and the means of production. The African Union must take action to remove the U.S., France, Britain, Germany, Israel, and other imperialist states and their partners from the continent. The ongoing problems of Africa can be traced back to the dominance of the imperialist system throughout the continent. With reference to the African diaspora, in North America and in Europe, the struggle against racism and national oppression takes on critical significance. The forces of the African diaspora, motivated by Pan-African ideals, has and can continue to play a decisive role in the overall consolidation of the African independence movement and the move towards Pan-Africanism and the African Renaissance. And Nkrumah in Africa Must Unite wrote that, quote, "The expression of Pan-Africanism did not come into use until the beginning of the 20th century, when Henry Sylvester Williams of Trinidad and William Edward Burghardt Du Bois of the United States of America, both of African descent, used it at several Pan-African congresses, which were mainly attended by scholars of African descent. A notable contribution to the African nationalism and Pan-Africanism was the Back to Africa movement of Marcus Garvey," unquote. Since 1963, the African American and Caribbean African peoples have played a pivotal role in the struggle to popularize the concepts of African liberation. During the 1980s and early 1990s, Southern African solidarity struggles influenced by African Americans brought into existence the first legislative and administrative actions against the apartheid regime. They had never passed a resolution or bill against apartheid until 1986, And this was a result of the mass struggles of people here in this country. With the advent of the Obama administration, the need to emphasize a class character to the Pan-African struggle is essential. Africa is not the backyard of U.S. imperialism and must be given the opportunity to exercise full and genuine independence and sovereignty. In the U.S., the cities in which African Americans reside are facing monumental economic crisis and the evisceration of political power won through popular struggles of the post-World War II period. Principal alliances with the progressive African states and mass organizations will provide avenues for the struggle to eradicate underdevelopment and neocolonialism from the continent and among the oppressed nations held captive by the West. Therefore, as Nkrumah stressed in the Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare, quote, African unity implies that imperialism and foreign occupation should be eradicated in all their forms, that neocolonialism should be recognized and eliminated, and that the new African nation must develop within a continental framework, unquote. And Nkrumah goes on to say that, quote, at the core of the concept of African unity lies socialism. And the socialist definition of the new African society, socialism and African unity are organically complementary. There is only one true socialism, and that is scientific socialism, the principles which are abiding and universal, unquote. Short of revolutionary Pan-Africanism based on scientific socialism, Africans and their allies throughout the world must work towards defining and exercising the maximum degree of organization and mobilization aimed at the transformation of capitalist society and the world imperialist system. These are the lessons of the last 5 decades, and they must be assessed in order to move forward with the total liberation of Africa and its peoples. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd just like to briefly read 2 statements of solidarity that were sent in. One, of course, came from the Fourth Media, based in Beijing, China, headed by Professor Chong. And he said he's wishing this conference all the success. A lot of the articles I write are published by the Fourth Media in China.
What is that?
It's a website that deals with international issues out of China. They publicized this conference. Also, there was a letter written by Robert Paul Chapman of Haywood, Illinois, and he wrote in part, I read about the upcoming African and U.S. Imperialism Conference on your well-informed Pan-African Newswire. Thank you for the excellent site, by the way, but will not be in attendance. However, I very much would like to be informed of the results, as it is information of undeniable value for the diaspora, and as a freelance writer, I leap at any opportunity to engage in the work that can directly benefit the people and the planet we are on. Also, this is from a group of African migrants called No Borders Morocco. They are African migrants who are in Morocco, and they say, greetings and solidarity from across the Atlantic. We were interested to see on the Global Research CA website that you are organizing a Pan-African conference in Detroit next month. Unfortunately, we will be unable to be there due to the distance. But we hope to bring to your attention an issue we feel to be relevant to what you will be talking about, the issue around which our organization was formed. I am sure you agree that the liberation of African people is best achieved by African people themselves. In the case of many individuals and their families throughout sub-Saharan Black Africa, the best way to achieve material liberation lies in migration to Europe for a brief period of time in order to send back money to support their families. This is, of course, a very similar situation to Latin America, where people who migrate to the U.S. for the same reason, and indeed African migrants to Europe, face many of the same problems that their Latin American brothers and sisters face in the U.S. One important difference, however, are ones in which has not received nearly enough international attention, is that African migrants from West African countries must pass through the predominantly Arab North African countries in order to eventually reach Europe. The European Union, made up of imperialist powers accustomed to thinking in terms of divide and rule, take advantage of this racial differences between West African migrants and the mainly Arab populations of North African countries. Since 1996, under what is called the Barcelona process, the EU has been literally paying the governments of North Africa to protect the EU's external borders. So they actually, pay these neocolonial regimes in North Africa to essentially keep these people detained. In practice, this involved black migrants from West Africa and North African countries like Morocco being subjected to systematic police violence, atrocities, violations of basic human rights, intense discrimination in all of their aspects. We genuinely believe that migrants from West Africa who risk their lives and endure hardships in Morocco for years in order to enter Europe just to work terrible jobs for a few years and send the money home to their communities are the real hope for the development of those communities. Development aid from rich white countries, corporations, or charities is completely inadequate, not only ideologically, but also practically. We hope that you are keenly interested in this issue, not least because most African Americans are descended from West Africans and can find time to discuss it at your conference. It is possible perhaps one of us could talk via Skype or something about it. We are certainly happy to answer any further questions via email. In solidarity, No Borders, Morocco. So those were just some of the solidarity messages we received. So thank you very much. And okay, we want to go right now to hear a statement from the Venezuelan Council to the United States. Thank you very much for your patience and your attention.